No, I don't think so. I'm good. Yeah.
316, okay.
Wi-Fi network?
Yep, this is the one, and there's no password. I think there are about 30-something people signed up, so if you want to sit closer to the front, might just be easier for seeing the font size. I'll try to keep things bigger during the workshop.
So if we know our own way around our editor and getting everything,
You should be fine.
VS Code is necessary?
So, no, it is not necessary. In my demos, I'll use VS Code. And then VS Code has a visual editor for Quarto, which I will demo at times. And you might find it useful. Some people like tools like that, and some people prefer to always type plain Markdown anyway. So it's definitely not necessary, but it's what I'll use for my demos. You can use any text editor.
It was larger.
What's that?
It was larger. I think when you switch screens.
So the font size in the slides will be much bigger than this. I was trying to get, and you can just go to this link and open up the page as well if that's easier. Yeah, and the slides will be much bigger than this.
Link for these instructions.
What's that?
The link, that's not the link for these instructions.
Yeah, this one is. And then if you go to setup, so that should get you to the home page, and then if you just click on setup. There are seats up here as well, if that's easier to see, although I feel like it's easier to see from that side than the end. All right, I think we can get started. Can you hear me in the back okay? Yeah? Okay, great. So I'm going to come back to these setup instructions twice more in the first 5 minutes of the workshop. So I'm going to steer away from them for a second, but they'll be back on. I'd like to put up the slides. Okay, so before we get started, we are in the Quarto workshop, the Unlocking Dynamic Reproducible Documents workshop. Everyone's in the right place? Great. Okay, so I'll come back to these instructions one more time and walk you through them actually step by step as well. But here's the code of conduct for the conference. And you'll see at the bottom of each of my slides the link to the homepage for the materials. The materials will stay there forever, whatever definition of forever is on the internet. So you can come back to them as well. And every once in a while, there are links for more information here and there. Let's start with a little bit about me. My name is Mina Çetinkaya-Rundel. People tend to try to avoid my last name, so you can just call me Mina. Thank you. I am a professor in statistical science at Duke University, and I also work part-time as a developer educator with Posit. So I have been teaching data analysis in some form of computational notebooks for 10 plus years. I have been teaching primarily with R, and over the last 3 or so years, I've been using and teaching with Quarto, primarily in R for my university teaching, and then every once in a while dabbling in Python. And this is my first SciPy conference. I'm excited to be here. I have lots of experience teaching workshops, but not necessarily to this audience before. So if you see some things where it seems like I've stumbled upon a workflow that seems to work for me, but that is not what 90% of you use, I'd love to hear about it. All right, what I'll do next is to give you an opportunity to at least meet the person next to you, and if the person next to you is someone you've already come here with, maybe turn around and talk to the person behind you. Whenever we have your turn exercises, there will be a timer at the bottom. It's not meant to stress you out. It's meant to keep me on track. So please share your name and your professional affiliation, and maybe what you hope to get out of this tutorial. Bless you. Bless you. Okay, looks like folks have had a chance to chat. One thing about the presentation and all of the materials, so the short link, and I know that some of y'all just walked in, the short link for everything is bit.ly/SciPy24. That will bring you to the homepage for the workshop. Each of the modules have their own landing pages, and you can follow along with the slides here or view them in full screen. I will try my best to keep the font size accessible to all throughout. And if you can't see, please do let me know. I will share one tidbit about my life with you. I'm also the director of undergraduate studies in my department, so I'm tasked with reading student evaluations, which is a gruesome task. And the number of times I read, I couldn't see the slides, the font at the end of a semester is like baffles my mind. So please speak up at the time, and I'll try my best to keep things big. Sometimes if I'm live coding, I really get into it and forget about it, but you can also open them up in front of you as well. All right. So my goal is hopefully to meet you where you are, which is a difficult task to do at sort of an open tutorial where I don't know a whole lot about you. So these materials are generally pitched at someone who knows some Python. You don't necessarily need to be an expert. I actually will be writing very little Python code in front of you today because it's all about the sort of the authoring system around it as opposed to what's inside of the code cells. Some of the examples I give may or may not be using packages that you tend to use. That is sort of beside the point. And during the your turn exercises, you're welcome to put whatever you would like in the code cells. And I'll also assume that you know some Markdown. That maybe you have worked in VS Code or Jupyter Lab, or maybe that is not your choice, but you know your way around a text editor and you're going to stick with your own choice of like sort of authoring Quarto documents wherever you tend to write code, but my demos will be in VS Code. And of course, I'm assuming that you want to learn about Quarto. And I'll teach you a little bit of Markdown, specifically Quarto Markdown, some new Quarto formats, and new Quarto projects. So the workshop is ambitiously designed in two parts. Part one is single documents. So we're going to touch on documents, presentations, and dashboards very briefly. And the second part of the workshop is multiple documents coming together in a collection, websites, books, and manuscripts. I've tried to order them such that if we need to skip the last module of each of the parts, there's still plenty that you have learned, and you can follow along with the materials yourself. All right, so in terms of the workshop structure, sometimes I will have lecture segments. It's not my real preference to be stuck here, but I think for accessibility reasons, I'll try to stick to be here when I am sort of giving information to you, so the mic is picking up my voice. During this time, feel free to just watch, take notes, browse the documentation, or tinker around with the code, whatever works for you. At times, we'll have our turn segments, and they'll be marked in blue, where I am probably live coding. You can choose to sit back and watch if that's how you tend to learn, or you can choose to follow along as well. And at times, we'll have these your turn segments that are marked in green, where I have given practice exercises for you. Work on your own or with the person next to you. I'll try to walk around and help out with any questions that come up during that time. And in terms of getting help, during either my turn or your turn segments, just raise your hand. At the time, you don't need to hold your questions until the end. During our turn segments, where I am walking through live coding, if I have lost you along the way, I will try to sort of power through it in a way, thinking that you might continue to watch, because many of those are followed by a your turn segment where there will be a break and I can come by and actually help you. Because when folks are lost during live coding, it tends to be something specific to their setup, and it tends to sort of be hard to answer questions around unless I'm standing next to you, at least for me. But if I sense that I've lost majority of the room, then we'll take a pause and make sure that I haven't skipped something in the instructions. All right, so you do need to have Python installed. I have the latest version of Python installed, and that's what the sort of my examples are using, but whatever version you have installed should probably work. And you need to have Quarto installed. So Quarto command line language needs to be installed, which you can get at this link, and it should automatically point you to the version for your operating system. Once you download it, it will prompt you to install it as well. I will be using VS Code, and if you are going to be following along in VS Code, you're going to want the Quarto and Jupyter extensions as well, and if you don't have them, it will prompt you to do that when you start working on the exercises anyway. For the exercises, I have placed them in a separate repository. The link is very similar, except has -exercises at the end. And I wanted to make sure that you can grab a copy of these exercises without the bloat of all of the code that goes into creating the workshop materials, which are all created with Quarto as well. And if you like something about how I've done anything in my slides or website, you can always dig into the code too. But the exercises are here, and the contents of the repository are much simpler. At times, I'm going to direct you to these files and say, start here and tweak something. This is set up as a repository with a public template, so you don't need to sort of worry about a fork. So you should be able to say that you want to use this template to create a new repository and then clone it. And there is a requirements file in here as well, which when you sort of open it up in VS Code should prompt you to sort of get those packages too. Any questions about the setup instructions? And the first time you're really going to need to use them is during a your turn portion where I can come around and help as well, and we can flash the instructions one more time. All right, then let's get started. Oh, also, I've been told that there will be snacks at 9, so I will take a perhaps premature break at the top of the hour to make sure that's where we'll place our first break, and then we'll try to take one more break before noon. So if at 9 I'm still blabbering on, please raise your hand and let me know, okay? So what is Quarto? Well, Quarto is an innovative and open source scientific and technical publishing system. It's compatible with Jupyter Notebooks if that's where you tend to spend your life, but also all your favorite plain text markdown editors. What sort of interested me about Quarto from the beginning, as someone who has been an R Markdown user for years, are there any R users in the audience? Great. And have you used R Markdown before? Are there any Jupyter's users in the audience where you tend to keep your prose and your code in the same place? So I believe that, particularly as someone who identifies primarily as an educator, that's a great place to get people started with coding, because you tend to raise good scientists who do their work reproducibly from the get-go, as opposed to find other ways of going about their science. And what Quarto enables us to do is natively allows for code cells in many, many languages. We're going to focus on Python today, but anything I say about Quarto CLI itself is going to apply to all of the languages as well. And it sort of orchestrates the processing of the code as well as the narrative, and you can get many, many outputs. And we're going to give examples of the various types of outputs you can get from these documents. The goal is to weave together your narrative and your code to produce elegantly formatted outputs as documents, web pages, blog posts, books, and more. So we're going to touch on each one of these during the 4 hours that we have together. Some of the things that I think set Quarto aside as an attractive option for doing these, which I am aware that it's not the only option out there, is consistent implementation of attractive and handy features across outputs. So how you set up tab sets for a website is the same as for a dashboard, is the same as a slide deck. Code folding, so if you want to hide your code or show your code, is implemented exactly the same for any HTML-based output. Syntax highlighting is implemented exactly the same whether your output is a Word document or it is a slide deck. There are defaults that meet accessibility guidelines, which I think is important both in an education context and beyond as well, where if you sort of stick to the default theming for sort of Quarto outputs,
they meet accessibility guidelines. And of course, if you are an expert in making them, sort of customizing them, you can go ahead and do that as well. And I will touch on a few other accessibility features related to code cells as well. And it has native multilingual support. So you're not relying on an additional package or a library to offer the multilingual support. Quarto natively supports that. So what we're going to do is a whirlwind tour of Quarto to begin with, and this will be our first sort of demo exercise. You are welcome to follow along, but you do not need to. The next thing after this is going to be a piece where you can actually work on the sort of write a little bit of code yourself. But I'd like to show you for about 5 minutes what you can do with Quarto. And in order to do that, sort of like a cooking show, I am actually going to start with my copy of that exercise's content. And the document that we're going to start with is called Hello Penguin. So this is what things look like to begin with. And as we can see, we have on top of our document a metadata, so our YAML, which has something like title and format and whatnot, some plain text markdown, and some code cells as well. We can run the code cells individually, and this allows you to sort of, I'm going to jump through them and run them one at a time. This allows you to see output of an individual code cell one at a time, just like you might with any notebook. But if we actually, either with a shortcut of Command-Shift-K or just clicking on this preview button in VS Code, and let's let it do its thing. So what it's doing right now is running through the entire document, and we can see side by side our input and our output. And what's different between the two is obviously text formatting, but also we have our code and the output embedded in a single HTML output at this point. And we can see sort of the results of our code as well. And importantly, this code is running in order every time I hit preview. So from a reproducibility perspective, if the first line of my code is fetch some data from an outside resource, every time I run my preview, it's going to run my entire document, and therefore the analysis will be reproducible. This often invokes the question, well, what if I have a lot of computation here and I don't want to sit through it, running through it over and over again? That's something we'll address a little bit later in the tutorial. So, how do we edit these documents? Let's start with something simple. I'm going to stick to the source editor, so we're going to be writing plain text markdown. So if you are familiar with any sort of plain text markdown features, something like bolding would take 2 stars, or maybe the underscores for something like italics, and we can go ahead and render our document, and we'll be able to see sort of the bolded output or the italicized output as well. A nifty feature of editing Quarto documents in VS Code is the visual editor. And people tend to have mixed reactions to anything like a visual editor, because this is going to be something that takes your notebook and makes it feel a bit more like, dare I say, Microsoft Word, which is, you know, not necessarily what people who tend to code for a living tend to write in. But I believe that the visual editor gives you some handy tools for being able to use keyboard shortcuts for bolding and whatnot, as opposed to writing the text. So I'm going to right-click on this document and say Edit in Visual Mode. So everything I've shown so far you can do in any text editor, but the visual editor is something that is available in VS Code and a few other editors out there in RStudio and in Positron as well, but not necessarily in every single other editor. And so what we are seeing here is that same source document. As you can see, the output of our code cells is not here, so this is still the source code. However, the narrative, the prose itself, is already formatted. So I can do things like bolding and unbolding using buttons, or keyboard shortcuts like Command-I, or to like italicize or unitalicize a document, and the same preview works as well. Why might this be handy to be using the visual editor? Maybe for something like this, so you're not having to remember plain text markdown for certain, where is my output? Oh, this is the preview. Okay, so here we can see that this is the output and the results of our code is embedded in here as well. I'm actually going to split this window to keep the preview next to it so we can see the input and the output next to each other. Other things is that this comes with an insert anything tool. So when I'm at the beginning of a line, if I just click on /, this will bring in a tool for me to insert a new code cell or insert something like, some sort of new div. We'll talk about sort of styling your documents with divs and spans in a second, or something like a new heading, for example. And when we do this, and let's switch back to the source editor now, you can see that under the hood, it's actually writing the plain text markdown. So what I frankly tend to do is when I'm writing, like I'm writing a book in Quarto, and I know that I'm going to write a bunch of narrative for a few pages, I tend to switch over to the visual editor. I use some of its handy tools like inserting images and whatnot where I'm pointing and clicking a lot more. And then at times I'll then switch back to the source editor if I want finer control over the markdown that I'm writing or if I'm just writing code for a little bit. Yeah. Correct. Yes. Yeah. So for the Quarto extension for VS Code brings the visual editor along as well. Yeah. So what other things could we be using the visual editor for that I tend to find it worthwhile to know about? So some of the markdown I have shown so far, you might be thinking, how hard is it to remember how to bold something with markdown? And you are right. Things that I tend to sort of struggle with is, let's go ahead and insert an image. So I will say that I want to insert an image. This will allow me to browse this folder. And let's go ahead and insert. We're going to work with these Palmer penguins as our data set, so I'm going to insert that. Maybe writing the plain text markdown for inserting an image is also ingrained in your head. Where does the caption go? Let's add a caption here. How do we do sort of like alignment or something? And importantly, how many of you always remember to add alternative text every time you insert an image with plain text markdown? Unfortunately, it tends to be some of the things that I forget and I have to do a second pass as I'm finalizing a document to add these things in. So sometimes these UI tools can be helpful for prompting you to say, hey buddy, don't forget to do this as well. So let's go ahead and add some alternative text as well. Hit OK. I can also do, start adding other attributes if I want. So I can go back to writing sort of HTML or Markdown code here too. I can link the image to something. So all of this is possible from the UI. So let's go ahead and render this document one more time. I'm going to click on this preview. And here is what my output looks like. And I'm going to pop this out to a browser window. And you can see that my caption has already been placed. My figures are not being counted yet, like figure 1, figure 2. We'll get to that later. But under the hood, if I go to inspect this, I will be able to see that my alternative text has made its way to the source code for the HTML output as well. So I do think that there are some handy things about this visual editor that sort of keeps you in check as you're writing your documents. Let's do one more thing. Let's go ahead and introduce one other Quarto feature. Whenever I have images, particularly if these are computationally generated images, maybe a plot with lots of details, I want to make sure that folks can zoom into it a little bit more easily. So there are some sort of JavaScript features that are already implemented in Quarto. One of them is the lightbox feature. So I'm going to go up to my YAML and add lightbox true. And let's go ahead and render this document one more time. And now when I click on an image, you can see that it will pop it out. So in a large screen, you can sort of like much more easily dive into things. And you can do this with every single one of the plots that might be generated with code as well. You can do it at a per cell basis, or you can do it for the entire document. One other thing that I find quite cumbersome is writing markdown tables. So that's another thing that I think the visual editor is handy for. So instead of using that insert anything tool that I've been getting to with the /, I'm going to use some of the menu items to walk you through it a different way. So let's go ahead and click on Insert, Table, the number of rows and columns, maybe something like this. And you can see that it inserts a table for me. I'm going to add a little bit of content into this. And let's render our document to see how everything looks. So I have a markdown table that has been generated with a caption that has been placed in the output. And now let's go back to the source code one more time. So I'm going to switch back to editing in source code. And personally, I am happy that this is not what I had to type through. I often find myself finding one of those markdown table generators online and using those to copy paste from. So the tool can be helpful here. So it is my experience that even though as someone who tends to write code in plain text whenever possible, switching between the visual editor and the source editor enables me to work faster when authoring a document like this, particularly if my goal is to sort of get a professional looking output at the end. So far, what we have seen is that we can add markdown content and generate an HTML output. The visual editor, perhaps if it's new to you, is a handy feature, but it's easy to get things to look nice in HTML if you're writing Markdown to begin with. So let's go ahead and do something different. Now, I'm going to not change any of the content of my document, none of the code and none of the prose, none of the Markdown formatting, but I will change my output format to PDF on top. And let's go ahead and preview as well. So with Quarto, as I mentioned earlier, the Quarto syntax is same across features. And if you're using a piece of the syntax that doesn't apply, for example, you can imagine tab sets don't make sense in a PDF document because they would be overlaid on each other. Quarto will just sort of ignore that syntax was there. And here I have the same document now formatted as PDF. This is using LaTeX under the hood, so I can add math text into my documents as well, and it will process through it. And as of the newest release of Quarto 1.5, which was about a week or so ago, you can also generate Quarto documents with Typist as well, if that's a project that you've been following for creating PDFs. If you live in a world where sometimes, yeah, question?
You said it's using LaTeX under the hood. Can you specify what sort of template you want to use for LaTeX?
So by default, it uses ZTech, but you can change that default. Is that what you meant?
Well, maybe template wasn't the right word, but like the style.
The document. It's a LaTeX document, not book or something like that. That's the default. And you can change that as well to other things. If you ever need to produce Word documents, that's also possible too. So we'll change the format to docx. And let's go ahead and render that. We won't be able to preview that here in VS Code. Let's do read-only mode. Oh my God. Sorry. So we can see that same output, including our code, and the output of the code is in the Word document too. And further styling is possible with Word templates as well, if that's the sort of thing you're into. Yeah.
Is it possible to release multiple formats rather than having to change the
Yes, so it is possible to do that too. In a second. So one thing I've been showing so far is rendering documents using the UI tools. In a bit, I'll also talk about rendering documents from the using the Quarto CLI and the terminal. So I could do something like Quarto render, and then I could say to which format I want to render to, and I'll show samples of that syntax too. So you can change the YAML, or you can do it at the time at the time of rendering the document. Yeah, and multiple formats at the same time are also possible. If you wanted to do multiple formats from here, you could do something like, I want, so you can specify these in here as well, so that every time you render, it renders to multiple formats too. Now, one more thing, as someone who, again, teaches and tends to give talks a lot, I'm going to now make a slide deck. Now, things that you wrote as long-form prose are not great for slides. They can result in very verbose slides too. But let's not touch our content for a second. And all I have done is change the format to Reveal.js and none of the syntax in the rest of my document. And let's go ahead and render that. What happens when I do this is that first level headings, the title becomes a title page, as you can imagine. First level headings are section breaks, and second level headings are slide breaks. So let's add another second level heading here to give ourselves a little bit more to work with. So you can see that my first level heading has become a a section break, and then I have individual slides. By default, Reveal.js will hide your code, assuming you don't want to show that. But in the presentations part of the tutorial, we'll go more into sort of what more to do in terms of getting your presentations to look nice. But something that's very neat is that, I haven't had to add additional syntax for slide breaks or anything like that to go from one format to another. So let's take this back to HTML and add a few other options. So I am going to add something like code fold true and table of contents true. And what this will do is my code will still be visible in my document, but hidden by default. So if your output is for an audience where you either want them to guess the code or something for a teaching setting, or if it is where you want people to be able to dig into it, but your primary audience isn't so interested in it, this is a nifty feature. And you can see that it nicely places a table of contents as if this was a neat web page on the left-hand side of the document. Now let's go into our code cells. I had added a random code cell here with nothing in it, so I'm going to move out from that. But let's go down to here. So you can see that I have some code that creates this plot of body mass and flipper length of these penguins, fits a model to a linear model for the relationship between them by species. And then there's a little bit of something happening here. So what I have here is a warning that plot9, the package that I'm using for creating this plot, is giving, which is that it removed 2 rows containing missing values. Missing values are obviously important and you don't want them to silently disappear, so this is what that warning is about. What am I to do with this warning? I have noted it as an analyst. 2 of the penguins didn't have some values, but I probably don't want this to be part of my output. If I have decided that I am okay with it, I'm just going to carry on with my analysis, despite the fact that the warning is there. I can add in this particular code cell a new cell option, setting warning to false. And if I render my document again, you'll see that that warning has gone away. So I haven't had to change any of my code to sort of like make that go away, but the warning has gone away. Other things that we're seeing inside of the code cell. There is a label for my code cell. This is entirely optional to add labels to your code cells, but they can be handy if you want to explore through your document and jump to certain sections of it, particularly for a long document. They can also be handy if there are errors in a particular code cell, and instead of telling you the error is in line 307 of your document, it will tell you the error is coming from this particular code cell with this label. I've added a caption for my figure. It's optional, but it nicely places it at the bottom of my figure. And you can see that I have also added an alternative text for my figure as well. So you can embed this into your code cell, and if we were to inspect that plot in our browser, you'll be able to see that that alternative text is available there for screen readers too. So unlike the inserting an image, it won't prompt you to have to insert an alternative text, but it is handy that that option is there. Now, we've talked about a scenario where your code is hidden away, but let's say that your report goes to somebody who never really wants to see the code at all, that is irrelevant to them. At a cell basis, we can set echo to false, and when I do that, the code for that particular cell will go away from my output entirely, but it will continue to remain in my source code, obviously. So based on feedback I receive from a collaborator who might take a look at this, I can come back and edit my code. Or I might say, I want all of my code to not exist in my output, at which point, instead of defining this at a code cell level, I would want to define it at a document level. And you can see that editing this in VS Code, I get a list of all the possible options that I might want to set. So let's set this to false. And now I have a document that appears to not have any code in it, at least on the output, but my source code, everything is there. Okay, we're going to do 2 more things before we wrap up this sort of tour. So you can see that I have a figure that I've generated with code here. And my narrative here says something like, the figure below, oh, it's also missing a word, shows the relationship between body mass and flipper length of penguins. If you've ever written sort of a book or a scientific paper or anything long form, and say rendered it to PDF, you probably know that it may no longer be a figure below that text. It might appear wherever Donald Knuth decided that figure should appear, and you might have little control over where that goes. So obviously, something like cross-referencing this properly is a lot better. So how do we do cross-referencing? And what I'm about to show you is something that's going to work in any output format with Quarto. We're just demoing it in HTML. So as you can see, the labels for my code cells can be anything. I mean, I have labeled this fig, penguins, plot 9, but I could have labeled it anything I want, probably not starting with a period though. It's good to give your code cells informative labels, and if it's going to be cross-referenced and it's a figure, so you want it to be cross-referenced as figure N shows the relationship, it needs to start with the letters FIG dash, and the rest is entirely up to you. So instead of the figure below, I am going to replace this text with at, and you can see that soon as I do at, it gives me 2 things that are cross-referenceable. Figures are FIG dash, tables are TBL dash. That's the sort of the Quarto syntax, so I can choose between them. And when I render this document again, it replaces it with the figure number. And let's pop this out for a closer look. Now, this is a very short document, so the feature I'm about to show you is redundant. But when you hover over it, you can see that it actually brings a preview of that figure. You can imagine in a long-form book, for example, when you're referencing a figure from a previous chapter, that can be really handy. Things like, does it need to say figure as opposed to FIG period or something, these are all customizable in the YAML as well. This is just the default. Question?
Can you also cross-reference headings, sections, and equations?
Yes, you can cross-reference all of those. And let's go ahead and show that as an alternative way with the visual editor this time. So over here, I'll start with this one. So instead of the table below, something I could do is say something like insert, cross-reference, and you can see from here what are all the things that I can cross-reference. If I had equations that were labeled, they would be here to choose. I'm going to choose this one table that I have, and that will be the one other thing I'm cross-referencing here. One thing we'll go into a little bit more depth with, when you're writing a book with Quarto, you can cross-reference across chapters, but when you're creating a website, cross-referencing happens within a page only because the notion of a hierarchy and numbering doesn't really exist in a website format. Okay, now I am done, and so far, I have been writing my document in a QMD file, a Quarto Markdown file. What I like about these is even when I'm editing it with the visual editor, I am able to, at any point, go back to source mode. And if I was to briefly take a look at my source control panel here, you can see that everything that I have edited is easily trackable by Git as well. Because whether I've inserted it with the visual editor or written the markdown myself, everything has been stored as plain text in my document. But what if you also tend to work in Jupyter Notebooks or have collaborators who choose to work in Jupyter Notebooks? You can actually go back and forth between these things with Quarto. So I'm going to kill the running session in my terminal for this preview, and I am going to say I want to convert this document that I've been working with. So Quarto convert hello penguins QMD, and by default it converts it to IPyNB. I can go ahead and pop that open. Where is it? That's HTML. Here we go. So I can actually open this as a notebook as well. So if you need to or want to go back and forth between IPyNBs and QMDs, you can do that too. And the Quarto convert will basically take it from one format to another. All right, any questions so far? Yeah.
Can I use Quarto as a markdown within a Jupyter notebook?
So, for example, the cross-referencing. If you're going to use Quarto render ultimately on your Jupyter notebook, then yes, you can actually use all of the Quarto markdown syntax, and then when you're rendering it, you're going to use Quarto render or Quarto preview as your command. So the cross-referencing and everything will continue to work. So you can, for example, have book chapters written as IPyNBs that are bundled together using Quarto. All right, so how does all of this work? What's happening under the hood is that Quarto is the command line interface that can render any plain text format. This could be QMD, which is what we've been working with, RMD if you come from an R Markdown land, or plain text MD, or IPyNBs, so Jupyter Notebooks as well. So you can have a single Quarto project that brings together documents from with each of these types, and you can Quarto render them all together. And you can render them, as you've seen, into PDF, Word, HTML, or any other format that we're going to present today. This is what I get when I sort of run like Quarto help in the terminal. It will tell me the version number that I'm running, and you can get a sense of what are the command line sort of options I have. I can take a look at the help or the version. I can use Quarto render or Quarto preview, and there's a bunch of other options here as well, some of which we're going to demo and some of which we're not. But if you, instead of clicking on buttons or using keyboard shortcuts to render a document, if you prefer to be typing in the terminal, either because that's your preference or because you're not authoring in VS Code or in a Jupyter Notebook, then these are the commands that will be helpful for you. So what's happening under the hood? If we start with an IPyMB as an example, first of all, Jupyter will come into play and run the code cells and produce an interim markdown document that has all of the Quarto markdown for the prose and your code and the output of that code in the markdown document. And Quarto will clean this up by default, so when it's done rendering, it gets rid of it, but you can ask it to hold on to it if you want to be able to inspect it. And then Pandoc comes into play and takes that plain text markdown and gives you the output that we're looking for. So Quarto is sort of orchestrating this entire flow along the way. So Jupyter is evaluating the Python code, and Quarto is relying on Pandoc as well as things like Lua filters and CSS and LaTeX to sort of get you to your final output. And as I said, your input can be IPyMB or QMD. If you're writing Python code, the code is going to be going through Jupyter. If you're writing R code, by default it will go through knitr, but you can ask it to be processed by Jupyter as well, and the rest of the process is exactly the same. So this is the only thing I'm going to say about Lua filters today, but I want to say something about Lua filters because, well, I've already said the word Lua once, and also inevitably, as you're using Quarto, every once in a while, that word will come up in an error, or you'll see it sort of fly past your eyes as the rendering is happening. So here's an example of a Lua filter that basically converts strong emphasis to small caps. So wherever I have bolding or something, I say I want in this particular document things to be small caps. So Quarto under the hood uses a bunch of Lua filters that come by default, and if you tend to write Lua filters yourself, particularly for processing text, you can add them as well and ask Quarto to use them. The nice thing, the reason why Quarto relies on Lua filters is that it's sort of agnostic to the computing language, so the language in the code cells itself. So the idea is that regardless of what's happening inside of your code cells, the processing of your text should have the exact same experience. And today, as I said, I'm not going to go into the details of writing Lua filters. And to be a Quarto user, you do not need to know Lua as a language or be able to write these features. If you at some point want to extend Quarto in some way, say that lightbox feature that you saw, for example, I guess that would be not Lua, but JavaScript. But if you want to extend Quarto in some way and say, here is this like beautiful PDF document type that I would like to get, how can I go from what I have to that? A Lua filter might be the solution to that. And oftentimes another thing I tend to use sort of Lua filters in the back of my mind for is when I'm rendering a document, particularly if I've been a little bit sloppy in terms of how many times I render my full document when I'm doing a data analysis as opposed to run individual cells at a time. Let's say I create like a multi-page report and ultimately render the document at the end and run into an error. If that error mentions something about Lua filters, it probably has to do with the plain text markdown, like as in my prose, as opposed to anything happening inside of the code cell. So it might be a nice identifier to know that any errors that mention Lua is probably about your text and not about your code. All right, so where can you work with Quarto? Sort of from the comfort of your own home, wherever that might be. It might be a Jupyter Notebook. It might be VS Code, which is what we're going to be using today. It might be RStudio, particularly if you tend to write R code more or tend to use Reticulate to go between R and Python code. And a new IDE that you'll actually hear more about on Wednesday at the keynote is Positron, which is a multilingual IDE, sort of VS Code based, but to bring sort of some of the data science experience from RStudio into that. So that also uses the VS Code Quarto extension as well. Something I've been using over the last year sort of to test out, and I've found the experience of doing data science in it very pleasant, but we'll stick with VS Code for today. Or you can use none of these things, or you can use the terminal in conjunction with any of these things. So we have been pushing buttons or using shortcuts so far to render our Quarto documents, but I could Quarto render a IPyMB or a QMD file. There was a question about how we can render to particular formats. So I could say --2 and plug in whatever output I want, whatever format I want to it. Or I can do a preview as well, which is what VS Code was actually doing under the hood. So render is render it. And the difference between these two becomes a little bit more obvious when we get to multi-document projects, like you have a bunch of documents that make up a website. Previewing a single page versus rendering the entire website are different experiences. So Quarto render is for sort of rendering everything versus if you want a live preview, so you want it to update as you write your prose, you can use Quarto Preview, and again, you can run this on an IPyMB or a QMD file. And we've shown how to do this with VS Code as well. We can, enable you need the extension, and then you can either click on Preview or Command-Shift-K. So what can we make with Quarto? We've talked about HTML and PDF and Office. We've shown a glimpse of a presentation with Reveal.js, but you can actually create things like PowerPoint or Beamer slides as well. And one of the neat things, while I myself am not a heavy user of something like PowerPoint, I know something folks tend to like is that it's not just producing images of tables to embed, it actually produces like PowerPoint tables that you can continue to edit as well. So if you work in a setting where you're doing the analysis and the output, but someone likes to go and tinker with the display a little bit, while that will break the sort of the chain of reproducibility, if those are like finishing touches, those can be edited at the end. You can write books, and time permitting, we're going to talk about journal manuscripts today as well, where you can get you can have a single document that is a journal manuscript where some of the cells are contributed from one notebook and some of the cells from another notebook. And those notebooks themselves could be using different languages. So if you work in a multilingual lab, for example, where your data visualization person tends to use R, but your machine learning person tends to use Python, you can bring them all together in a single manuscript, for example. The nice thing is, any language, exact same approach and syntax when it comes to what's happening outside of the code cells, basically. I'm not going to read through all of these things, but I am more flashing them in front of you as sort of, in case there's a format that you tend to want to produce regularly and your eye catches that. So some of the ones we will go into more detail today are websites, books, dashboards, and HTML slides as well. So let's go ahead and until, I'd given this 5 minutes, but maybe we'll just take it until 9 when the break is. And go ahead and open that Hello Penguins file that some of you may have followed along with, or some of you may have simply watched so far. I will be asking you to do 4 things here. Add an author field in the YAML and add your name. And after each one of these bullet points, just render your document. Whether you type Quarto render, Hello Penguins QMD in the terminal, click the button, or use the shortcut, the idea is to see the output. Add some text using the source and the visual editor to get a feel for them. Remember, you can right-click and swap between them. Modify a code cell. This is mostly to get an experience with modifying a code cell, so I have a silly suggestion for what you can do with changing the labels. Even if you don't tend to write plot9 code, hopefully it's obvious where they would go. And then let's change the HTML theme to something that will necessarily look very different so you can get a sense of that as well. And I've added a link to how you can do that. This is not something I've shown you so far, so it can be an exercise in trying to take a look at the documentation. And I'll walk around and help out. And at the end of this, we'll take a break so folks can get some snacks and then reconvene back at 9:10. And then I'll go through sort of bigger answers then. Okay, so it is 9 o'clock, so if you did want to grab some snacks or coffee, now would be the time to do so. And I will start back up at 9:10, but I'll linger here and try to answer a couple of the questions that came up. So there is a Slack channel for this tutorial, and if your VS Code was not seeing Quarto sort of on the path, there's one suggestion I've shared here. You may want to try that to see if that helps. Hi.
I just want to actually introduce myself. I'm Sam.
Hi, Mina.
Mina, nice to meet you. I'll be floating around, so I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure everything's good. And then I was going to say, if you wanted to walk around a bit, feel free to pick the
Yeah,
microphone up
okay.
and just hold it and walk around.
Okay.
The camera can track you pretty well. So,
Okay. All right.
If you want to do that. And there's some people that are helping in B or C or something like that. And they've walked like through the whole room helping people, and it'll still track.
Okay,
really
wonderful.
well for this kind of room. So,
Yeah.
feel free to do that if you
Okay,
want to.
will do. Thank you.
Everything else okay?
Yeah, so
Super.
far so good.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. And then are you doing the whole 4 hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Anybody else helping there?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super. Good job. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay.
It doesn't, in the same way that my 2-year-old son can ride a bicycle, but the results are not pretty.
So when you say not pretty, like the formatting, is that what we're talking about?
It basically jumps, I mean, we're obviously using a series of
Uh-huh.
algorithms, but it just jumps everything and makes sure like a couple of text blurbs and if the formatting is bad, that's the main thing.
Okay.
Because I noticed that PennDoc is incorporated.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Super curious as to how that's being, how the presentation changes.
So I do know that it is relying on Reveal.js. In terms of under the hood, what specific pandoc commands are being invoked, I don't know off the top of my head. However, I would say a great place to ask that question would be the Quarto discussion forum. Like on GitHub, there's like the issues, but there's also the discussion. And like that's very actively maintained by the developers who are sort of like working under the hood for that. So I don't know what exact series of pandoc commands are being invoked when we do format Reveal.js, but they would be able to, I'm sure, like point you to the relevant portion of the code base. That's fine. No, I have a minute, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, this actually looks really convenient. I was actually wondering if it's something that could be commercialized.
I think so. Their license, you should be able to see if the license is permissive enough for what it's. Where's the license? So it's MIT licensed. So if that's good enough for your use case,
I can't redistribute this myself. That's
right?
what we're trying to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And even if not, it's something to discuss.
Right.
As well.
Yeah. But I would, so the discussion, the GitHub discussion really is actively maintained. So that would be a great place to ask.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I think so. No, I don't think so. All right, thanks. Okay, let's get back to it. Are there any questions about any of the things we've talked about so far, or the your turn exercises? All right, great. So let's wrap this up and move on to talking about documents. So one thing I will mention before we move on to sort of deeper depths of Quarto is, where does the name come from? So it actually comes from this sort of earliest form of books, if you will. It's a pamphlet that was produced from full sheets, and then it's printed with 8 pages of text, 4 to a side. So that's where the logo of the 4 quadrants comes from. And if you are curious about what it is, there's a little Wikipedia entry about that I found useful to at least know. What we have shown in the demo so far, yeah. So it's just an iframe in the slides, yeah. Maybe this is a good, though, question in terms of, like, if there's something in the slides that you think, oh, I'd like to sort of do that. If we go to the source code real quick, so you can get to the GitHub repository, not for the exercises, but for the tutorial itself. Each of the modules I talk about have a folder associated with it. This is the Reveal.js file, and you can basically sort of find wherever I'm doing something here, and feel free to take what you like from it. Okay, and I'll also link to documentation from each of the modules. Well, Quarto is a great tool to write documentation, but writing documentation is not just about the tool, but the organization as well, obviously. And I think we're trying to do our best in organizing things as well as possible, but as the project grows, sometimes it's a bit hard to find where is the right place to look. So at the end of each of the modules, I'll link to particular portions of the documentation. Everything we've said so far and more depth about those are in the authoring and computations columns in the Quarto guide. And any questions from anything we've talked about so far before we move on to the next module? All right. Then let's go back to talking about documents. Okay. So, what does the anatomy of a Quarto document look like? I've been told I can walk around, so I'm going to try to do that a little bit. At the top is always a YAML, then your plain text markdown and your code cells executed either via Jupyter or Knitr. And you weave it all together while Quarto weaves it all together for you. So this is basically relying on the notion of literate programming, where we have our text and our code sort of weaved together in one cell. Up top is a YAML, and if you've used YAML for any project, and maybe if you're like me, you might find it persnickety at times, but here's a little bit about that. Things need to be formatted really nicely, and if you're editing in certain tools, it will do the indentations right for you, so you don't need to worry so much about that maybe. So the options are always format, and then something. Oh, this color is awful here, but I'll try to fix that in a sec. So we could be talking about, HTML, PDF, or Reveal.js format. Indentation matters, so there are 2 spaces to say I want an HTML formatted document, and then 2 more spaces to say something about particular aspects of that HTML. So in this case, I'm saying I want a table of contents only for the HTML output. Maybe if I had multiple formats here, I may not want it for those, and I want code folding to be true. There is... whenever you have no space after the colon, you have a colon, and then the option is aligned with the sort of the field name, or you have a colon following the option and then nothing else in terms of its sort of options itself. So HTML options itself, it's going to yell at you, basically. I'm trying to think really quickly about how can I fix this color, because it's impossible to see that yellow, right? Let's not kid ourselves. All right, what dumb thing did I do to make that be the case? Okay, so let's take a look. We're in documents. These are... I just make these not YAML, will you play nicely with me? Give me 1 sec to test a possible solution out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's do this. Whatever syntax highlighting I decided on seems to... Okay, I will update these in the sort of the posted slides in a second at the next break, but at least we can take a look at the what we were looking at and better highlighting. Okay, so there are multiple ways of valid formatting for this. You have a space after the colon, 2 spaces with a new line, and then another 2 spaces for any of the options, basically. If you want to avoid manually typing out all of these options, as I said, you can do define the format, for example, as you're running Quarto render. You can also define format options too. So if you have a document with a particular YAML, but you wanted to apply different formatting options, you can add that. Something we're not going to dig too deep into today, but might be a useful tool, is writing parameterized documents with Quarto. So instead of sort of, obviously anything in the code cells, you can write variables for that, but anything that's in the narrative, you can also basically write variables for that. And then in your YAML, you can define values for those parameters. So for example, you're making a dashboard for a particular, stock ticker or something, and you want to run it with a different parameter. So you can pass those at the time of rendering as well to the Quarto CLI too. All right. Yeah.
Do you need to form like a specific placeholder syntax for those parameters?
Yes, so you always need to have a default value set in your YAML for those, and in the documentation that'll show up under parameterized report. So you need to have something set as a default in your YAML, but at the time of rendering, you can change those basically. And you can change them, hard code them into your YAML, or as I said, just here, you can change them as you're rendering them. If you're in something like VS Code, the linting will help with this. We've seen the auto-completion, the quote-unquote smart completion for YAML. It's like smart 98% of the time, and that's great, and every once in a while it seems to not recognize. But at least it will give you an indication of something is missing. I have especially chosen this as an example because it's both helpful and not helpful. So I've tried to set format, and I have not actually added a particular sort of either did not add the HTML format or did not format it properly. And look at the error. I mean, it is helpful and it's not helpful. It says field format has empty value, which is correct and can be helpful. And then it says, but it must be ASCII doc. Why is it saying it must be ASCII doc? Because it's the first possible option. So as I said, it's like smart to make you think, oh, okay, I made that same mistake again, but not always smart with the suggestions that it makes because they tend to be alphabetical. But you can also always do control space to see all the available features. That table I showed you with all the possible formats and said I'm not going to read them out loud, again, it's not helpful to like try to consume what are all the possible things you can do with Quarto. But it is helpful to see these auto-completions to sort of think, oh, I wonder if that might be something I'm interested in using. So what we're going to ask you to do is to play a little bit with the auto-completion. So it should say open in VS Code, not RStudio. Old habits die hard, I guess. So open it in VS Code and then try control space to see what the available YAML options are, and try out the tab completion a little bit to get a sense for that. And as you are doing that, I'm going to just republish those slides with the appropriate color for the YAML field so things are a bit more legible here. Question?
Yeah, so for defining parameters, you said that you would have to include them in the YAML section.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any specific
Yeah, here.
for that section? Because I can't find parameters in autocomplete.
So depending on, so if you go to under computations and parameters, so you actually need to sort of set a code chunk with a particular tag for Python, and then define the parameters there. The syntax is a bit different for when they're going through Jupyter versus when they're going through Knitter, where it's in the YAML, and I think that's why I got confused.
So
Yeah.
it's actually a Python code cell that
It's ultimately a Python code cell, but with a particular tag. Yeah.
interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
So like the parameters are always code. They cannot be text like on the markdown cells.
No, they can be text as well. So it could be a text string as well. Yeah. So when I'm in my YAML, if I just do control space, I am able to sort of see what are all the possible options for execution, for example. Freeze and cache are things we're going to talk about in a little bit. And you can see we've talked about warning, for example, to say maybe hide all of the warnings for your code from the document as opposed to doing it on a cell-by-cell basis. A risky way to live your life, if you ask me. But, you know, once you're done with a project, it's neat to be able to turn them all off. I will also, I think there are, at least based on minor chats among us, a few folks who are, who might one day teach this stuff. So one of the things that I really liked is some of the features of Quarto from a teaching perspective. So we've talked about echo true and false, show my code or not show my code. I've always found it very cumbersome when I have things like code cells and I need to show how you make a code cell without necessarily running it or with running it. So what echo fence does is it will actually show the fencing, so the 3 backticks and then the curly braces and Python as well. So you can see that if you're actually trying to write documentation to say this is what you need to put into your plain text document, there's a nifty way of doing that. And if you're at the beginning of the sort of the YAML, so you're not under a particular field and you do control space, then you can see all of the possible things that you can choose from. And I think at some point this is not as useful as being able to say, okay, I am in HTML format. Tell me what are the possible things I can sort of do for a particular HTML format. So as you're sort of, as the option numbers increase, it's not that helpful to see them all in front of your eyes necessarily. All right. Where was my... Okay, so we were here. So if you want to see a list of all of the YAML fields, the best place to go in the documentation is the reference tab. So you'll see in the documentation 2 tabs, a guide where you're going to be able to see long form documentation, sort of tutorials and whatnot. And the reference is literally just, here are all the things that you can define. And these are automatically generated from like all the possible options. So they do tend to, they are updated as the options are added to each of the fields. And you'll see that some of these options are consistent across formats and some of them don't make sense, like code folding doesn't make sense for a PDF, for example. Let's talk a little bit about text in Quarto. So the TLDR here is that pretty much everything you know about Markdown formatting works with Quarto. Quarto just introduces some additional Markdown, like specific Quarto Markdown formatting we've seen, like for cross-references, for example. So if you want to be doing things like italics, subscripts, verbatim code, all of that is going to work. Any sort of headers are going to work as well. By default, there's no distinguishing between 4, 5, and 6 level headers, but you can write some CSS to target those if you would like to. Different types of hyperlinks. So we can see, for example, that you can have named hyperlinks. You can have just URLs that are defined in sort of like the brackets, or you could be linking to an image, for example. Really, I wish I was able to test on this projector what things look like on my screen here. The colors seem really off. But anyway, so the output of that is here. So everything that you might know about in terms of like links work as well. And again, these sort of inserting these, if you have a way of, if you already know the Markdown syntax, go with that. But otherwise, the visual editor is also very helpful and will allow you to sort of fill in fields in a pop-up window in order to be able to insert these. Lists work equally well or equally frustratingly in Quarto as it does in all other Markdown settings. If you have lists that don't need to continue from one sort of enumerated list to another, things tend to work perfectly. If you have many, many sort of sublists, at some point things do get a little bit haywire in terms of formatting. Another thing I will say, though, is that if you tend to write lists and you don't necessarily tend to pay attention to how many spaces Pandoc would like you to have before it breaks them for you. The visual editor is pretty neat. When you convert to the visual editor, it will actually move your text around to leave the exact number of spaces Pandoc would prefer to have between your dash and the beginning of your list. So it can help you format things in that way too. Quotes are just with the greater than sign, as you can imagine, and they're formatted as you often tend to see in any other markdown setting too. Now let's talk a little bit about divs. So these are, they're available in Pandoc and therefore in Quarto as well, and we call them fenced div blocks. The name comes from an HTML div, but these actually work across formats as well. So the same definition for a specific formatting can be applied to an HTML output with CSS, and if you write the appropriate LaTeX file for styling it, Quarto will then apply it to the PDF output as well. This tends to be really handy if you have a web version of a book and a printed version of a book, for example, and you want to have consistent call-out boxes or something like that. So the markdown syntax for divs is we generally tend to use 3 columns, but it actually doesn't matter. It just needs to be a minimum of 3 columns. My recommendation is not to get sloppy, but it will allow you to get sloppy if you want. And then in curly braces, you can on the fly define, if you like, what the particular formatting should be. So this is a content styled with a thick ragged border and also some padding next to it. So this would be the output of that. If you're just going to use this as a one-time thing, you might want to define it on the fly as such. If you are going to continuously refer to certain areas or certain content with the same sort of styling, you might write a CSS or SCSS file that gives it a class and then add the name of the class here. There are also some divs with predefined classes, so you'll see them in the documentation. For example, you might have a book chapter that is not numbered and listed, and you can put the contents of that in one of these. So at times you'll see in the documentation something that's not defined in the SCSS file, but just sort of like tends to work, and that probably means that it's defined in the Quarto CSS file that you can dig into if you would like to. In addition to divs, which necessarily need to be a separate paragraph, you can also add styling to certain sort of span, so pieces of text, and they're transferable across formats as well. So here we have some text that is defined in brackets, and then in curly braces, the particular style to be applied is defined, so we can apply sort of formatting in this way. You can do this with by writing the plain text markdown, or the visual editor will allow you to highlight some text and then in a pop-up box allow you to put in the particular styling that you want to apply to it, so whichever one you prefer. Okay, so what we're going to ask you to do, and I'm going to walk around this time and sort of help out as well, is to open another file this time. So this has much fewer, much less content in it, called Markdown Syntax, and we're asking you to do a few things in there. So let me go ahead and open that for you first. So this is the Markdown Syntax file. So the first one is asking you to play around with the YAML a little bit. The second one is asking you to add section headers. The third one is asking you to add an image to a web image. So I might recommend that you use the visual editor for that and put a URL to an image that you might find online, or try to figure out the markdown syntax for it. As well as a local image, you can use one of the images that is in the images folder. And then sort of time permitting any other markdown syntax that you can recall. But I'm going to start the timer and walk around to see if there may be any questions that I can help with along the way. But the instructions for what you're doing is in the markdown syntax.qmd file. So you can do cap location for all captions, or fig cap location, or tibble cap location. Although that's bottom or top. You were asking about aligning it though, right? Not placing it at the bottom or the top? And aligning it on the center of the plot? I don't think this will solve that for you. So okay, any questions about any of the instructions here? Good with inserting images and whatnot, using source or visual editor? Okay. We'll take silence as good. It's not always, but. So some divs that are predefined that can be handy are callouts. So there are various callouts available in Quarto, and they're always defined with as a fence div, and then callout dash the type of callout, so note, tip, warning, and caution, and they look something like this. You can change their display to be more minimal, give it a caption or something like that. So these are the other types of callouts that you can get. The neat thing about these out of the box sort of predefined divs is that they do work in all of the outputs to begin with, so that you could be writing a Word document that has a very similarly styled call out, as well as a PDF document that has a similarly styled call out. If you're making your own custom divs and you need multi-format output, you're going to need to write CSS for HTML output, Word template for Word output, a LaTeX sort of style file for LaTeX output. So all of that is doable, but obviously more work for you to implement across formats. So let's go ahead and try the callout boxes too. So I'm going to ask you to play around a bit with the visual editor to get a sense of this as well as using the source editor to get a feel for the markdown syntax. So please try inserting different types of call-out boxes using both options, source and visual editor, and then take a look whenever you insert something with the visual editor to what happens to the source code. And some of the instructions ask you to add a caption, some of them ask you to make them collapsible and also change the output type as well. And that's in the calloutboxes.qmd file.
So there's two people I know who've had difficulty with VS Code right now in Quarto. Are there more?
Okay, so what I'll do this time is demo with the visual editor for a second. So I will open this document and go to edit in visual mode. And so, for example, if we want to make this last one collapsible, I'm clicking on these 3 little dots, and as you use the visual editor with Quarto, you're going to see these 3 little dots appear in many, many places. And generally, that will pop open something like this, and it allows us to sort of change the look, and we can also add attributes. So I'm going to make this collapsible, for example, and hit OK. And if I render this document one more time, you should be able to see that I can get something that, collapses this. This is something I tend to like to use if I'm going to get into more detail or give solutions or something like that for a teaching documentation. And again, if I go back to the source editor, you'll see that as the number of options I am specifying for any little div increases, that is more text I have to write and more, HTML code or something that I need to remember how it works. And again, if that's sort of part of your life anyway, the visual editor may not be adding a whole lot. But if it's not, and you tend to be in the code cells more often or writing prose, but you want to take advantage of these nifty features, it can be nice to be able to sort of use the visual editor and then come back to the source editor itself. So any questions about callouts? All right. Footnotes. Pandoc supports numbering and formatting footnotes. And in Quarto, the footnote is always at the bottom of the slide in presentation. So it will put it sort of at the bottom here. Sometimes in an annoying way that overlaps with other text and sometimes nicely placed. And in a document that's HTML, they're generally hoverable. So you can have inline footnotes defined like this in square brackets. And you can sort of see where the inline footnote shows up at the bottom of my slides here. Or you can also have numbered footnotes as well, which can be helpful if you're going to refer to the same footnote in multiple places. If you're inserting footnotes using the visual editor, it will always use a numbered footnote for you. That's sort of by default, that's what it's going to do. Now let's talk a little bit about the code cells here. So a code chunk is generally 3 backticks to begin with. Then the engine, so whatever language you're writing in, is indicated between curly braces. And then we have options stated with the hash pipe. So that's the hash followed by the pipe, and then a space, and then whichever code chunk options we want to add. So label was one of the ones that we sort of talked about, for example. Now, whether you want to show your code in your document or not depends on the audience that your output is intended for. So if in a teaching scenario like today, I really want to display the code, so I'm going to always have echo true, and that's by default the case for all Quarto formats, except for presentation formats, I believe, by default. In a business, or you have a data science facing output where you might say you may or may not want to show the code, and we've talked about how you can hide that in a variety of ways. If you want code formatting but don't want to execute the code, this might be because maybe you want to give some options to somebody, but you have some documentation in an environment where you don't want the code to be running. You can avoid the curly braces, and it will just use the 3 backticks, and it will format things a certain way, but not actually show the run the code itself. Or another thing you can do is in a code environment, you can add eval false. So we've talked about echo, true or false, warning, true or false. Another one is eval, true or false. I would say that this is another one of those things that's risky to use because no one's running that code. So if you have syntax errors in there, it's not going to catch that. But if you're sure that the code you have in that code cell is correct and what you want to display, or maybe you're intentionally displaying something that would otherwise produce an error, for example, you can say, I don't want this evaluated with the hash pipe. Yeah? Yes, so under execute, you can set eval false, and it will apply to all of the code cells in the document as well. So any of these code execution options can happen within a cell or at the document level. The eco option, we talked about that, and we talked about eco-fenced as well, so I think I've jumped the gun there. But if you want to actually show the backticks and stuff and not use a stupid color like this is driving me crazy, you can actually, use the eco-fenced option. Okay, let's talk a little bit about tables and figures, as these are going to be the most common outputs in any sort of like reproducible manuscript that you may want to produce. So they're going to get a little bit of our special attention here. So tables, if you need to handcraft them, we've talked about the visual editor being handy. There are two types of tables Quarto supports. Markdown tables, so simple ones like this, or grid tables, which frankly, I find even more annoying because spacing becomes even more important, but they allow for line breaks or other types of content, even code inside of the table cells. So while they can be a little bit more persnickety to work with in terms of the alignment, they offer some advantages. When you enter a table with the visual editor, like I demoed for you earlier, like insert table, this is how many rows, this is how many columns. Soon as you put a line break inside of a cell, the visual editor will convert it to a grid table, basically. Alignment is possible, so cell alignment is possible with markdown syntax with these columns, or if you're using the visual editor, you can use the UI to say, I want this column to be left aligned, this one to be centered, and it will apply the appropriate formatting for you. And if you want headerless tables, then the colons go on the top line as opposed to underneath what would otherwise be the header. So as I said, I think that the place where I use the visual editor the most often is inserting tables. And when I can, I try to avoid and will write code to produce them, but every once in a while, you do need to just get a text table in there. Yeah?
Regarding the headerless table syntax, is that standard markdown? Or is this...
It is standard, well, Pandoc markdown for sure. But I would be hesitant to claim standard in case there's another sort of implementation that I'm not thinking about. Yeah. Now, tables from code, you can convert. So in this case, I'm showing a pandas data frame. Obviously, it could be polars. It could be something else that you work with. But if you use something like a toHTML type method, some of the neat things that Quarto will do for you is the code cells will be, in a slide format at least, will be limited, and by default, you'll get the scrolling option. So there's like 300 something penguins here, but at least it's not trying to sort of like print all of that out and squish them into one page for me. Why is this so bad? Okay, so here I'm showing another option for creating tables. It's a package I really like, so I thought I would like make a plug for it if you want to write some neat tables. So the package is called Great Tables. I believe there's a talk about it later in the conference. But one of the things I've done here is I've taken the data frame and I've said in this particular column, highlight any penguins where their bill length is greater than 40 millimeters, just to say we want to identify something. So you can create these HTML tables where you can identify or highlight certain attributes of your data with the code, and then they'll nicely embed into Quarto. This is not so much a Quarto feature as more of a option for creating tables where you can format them nicely with Python code, and then you're doing less on the side of Quarto or any sort of like hand-drawn tables so that you can stick to writing code basically. About figures, we'll talk about two types of figures as well. Images that we're embedding from elsewhere and figures that we're producing with code. So here I have an image that I'm embedding that happens to live in a local folder for my project, and I've added a caption for it as well. So if this is an example we've given. I can then do other things. So here, for example, I've aligned that image on the left. I can handwrite this code or use the visual editor. And here I have resized that image and also added alternative text to it as well, for example. Something that I think that Quarto brings to the table that is neat is the notion of subfigures. So what we have here is a fenced div, something we've seen so far. And we have identified that fenced div with a label. So that's hash and then fig-penguin so that it becomes labeled as a figure. What comes after the dash is up to me. And then I've added a Quarto syntax layout and call to. So any figures that I put here will be in 2 columns. So it places them next to each other. The syntax for embedding the images themselves is just standard markdown syntax. But as you can see, I've given them new labels as well. So hash fig dash, whatever identifies my subfigure 1, and then hash fig dash, whatever identifies my subfigure 2. And then the last line ends up being my figure caption. So what this presents is I have a figure 1 that's cross-referenceable. If I do at fig penguins, like with the cross-referencing we've shown before, but also what's cross-referenceable is at fig blue will say figure 1A shows a blue penguin or figure 1B shows an orange penguin, for example. And there are other layout options. You can lay them out in columns or rows or something like that. Here's another one where I have an iframe. So this is mostly to show that the cross-referencing syntax is very flexible. So I want to refer to this as a figure. That's why I have chosen to start with fig dash. If I, for some reason, wanted to refer to a YouTube video as a table, I could have chosen tibble dash. Quarto will not tell me, hey, buddy, that doesn't look like a table to me. It's just how I want to cross-reference it. So I have an iframe that actually has a sort of a video like embedded there. And then the last line, again, becomes the caption of that figure, so I can refer to that as well. So I can use this for equations, sub-equations. So you can imagine anything that's cross-referenceable can go in these custom divs, and there can be one or multiple of them inside of that custom div. And when it comes to figures from code, we've seen examples of this so far, so I won't go through like this particular example again, but any code that emits a figure, we can basically have as a code chunk, and the output will appear either right underneath the code or in place of the code, depending on whether you've chosen to hide or show your code. And what will also happen is if you have multiple figures that is being produced by a single code chunk, they will just be placed underneath each other unless you define a different layout. So if I say layout and call to, then those multiple figures will be placed next to each other. So any syntax that works with embedded images will work with code-generated figures as well. The difference is whether it goes in as a chunk option with the hash pipe, as we've seen chunk options being defined, or it goes inside sort of the definition of the div. But the names for them, how you call them, is the same across both for embedded or code-generated figures. Okay, any questions so far? We've talked about cross-references, so maybe I won't go into sort of like too much detail here, but the important thing is, again, fig dash or tibble dash for figures and tables, or EQN dash for equations, and we've seen some of the other things that we are able to cross-reference. So I can cross-reference just an embedded image as long as I give it a label. I can cross-reference a table, again, as long as I give it a label with my chunk options. And maybe what we'll do is, I'm trying to think in terms of time, we could do some practice with cross-references or move on to talking about slides. What do we think? Let's do slides. Let's move on to slides. I think that will be a more satisfying experience for everyone involved. Yes. Yeah, please do. Mm-hmm.
It always has to start with the prefixes tip or fix. Right?
Or EQN or something else, but there is a set number of them, yes.
Okay, so you can't just create your own. I mean, you can, but the prefix has to be there always, right?
You wouldn't, once you get into cross-referencing something that is not one of the 8 or so that you can by default, then we're talking about extending Quarto, which you can do by writing a Quarto extension, which won't be focus of this workshop, but we have documentation around that, and that's where we venture onto the land of Lua filters. So extensibility is possible in that way, but I should also note that you can hack your way into it as well. So as I said, figure 1, the word figure, is something that can be changed. So if you want it to be puppy 1, puppy 2, you can like go in and change that as a YAML option. May not be the most elegant solution, but might be a quicker fix if that's not going to be something you're going to be reusing and don't want to spend the time developing it. So a lot of what I've talked through in the documentation is under documents, and let's go ahead and venture on to talking about making some slides now. Yeah, go ahead. What you would want to do in that case is write the code to generate that interactive table would be the way I would go about it. But you can also embed HTML widgets into your Quarto document, so that might be a way of going about that as well. So for example, so one thing I tend to use often is something like a leaflet map, which is interactive. So I would write the code to create that leaflet map and all of the interactivity that comes with it, or maybe something with Plotly, for example, for some interactive figure, and that's what would go in my code cell, and the output would be interactive as long as your output format supports that. And one thing I will mention, I don't have examples of this in my slides, but if you live in a land where multiple formats are useful, so I write textbooks, for example, on the web version of the textbook, I may want a Plotly plot where students can like rotate a cube or something like that, but on the PDF, I would want it to be a static one. Quarto supports something called conditional formatting. So in those fenced divs, you can write statements that are under the hood, something like an if statement, where it's like, when format is HTML, do this. When format is PDF, do that. And I would put different code cells inside of them to use different versions of the table or something. Does that answer your question? Great. Okay. All right, so let's talk about presentations. And then we'll take a brief break. And during that break, I will make sure those pesky colors are gone for the remainder of the workshop. Okay, so anatomy of a Quarto presentation. Just about each one of my modules will start like this, and by noon, you're going to hate this slide, but it will also be ingrained in your head. We have some metadata, we have some markdown, we have some code cells. And then you put in your YAML how you want them to be weaved together with the format, the output format that is desired, and they come together accordingly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through a list of, sort of do a live demo of how I would take a particular document and highlight some presentation syntax for you. So give me 1 second to open up my notes for this. And then we can go ahead and do that. Okay, So let's go to VS Code. And I have a different document there called Hello Penguin Slides. It has the exact same content pretty much as before, but I didn't want you to have to overwrite what you had there. So I'm going to open up Hello Penguin Slides. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And I am going to render this document to start with. You can see that format is set as Reveal.js. So in my title, in my YAML, I only have so far a title. I might add my name. I might add my institute. As you can see, I don't quite remember exactly what the YAML field was called, but the completion is helpful for that. So it gives me some particular formatting. Now you'll see and recognize that the title slide here looks different than the title slide I had for this presentation, for example. So how did we go from this default look to this? I have a CSS file that my tutorial slides are sort of looking at, where I've targeted level 1 headers should be this green, and the subtitle should be left aligned, so on and so forth. So if you want a standard look, this is the way to go. But if you would like to tweak them, you obviously can with everything you can do with CSS. I won't go into the depths of writing CSS files, because that would be, a whole other, I don't know, first of all, someone more apt in design should probably be teaching that than me, but also that will be a whole other tutorial. But I do want you to know that anything that you might know about changing how something looks on a web page is going to look here. It's going to work here as well. What else can we do here? So we've talked about different hierarchy. So right now in my document, and I'm going to click on these little the hamburger menu here. By default, Quarto slides will come with this. And you can see that I have things like packages, data, penguins, analysis, and then something species in there as well. So let's go ahead and build a hierarchy. When you're making a slide deck, my recommendation is to have first level 1 headers. So I'm going to say this is my introduction part, where I talk about which packages I'm going to use, what the data set I'm going to look at are, and maybe something about these penguins. And then I have another part called analysis, so a level 1 header. And I only have one slide in there called species so far. Let's maybe add 2 bullet points there as well. So I've created a new slide with a second level header and added 2 bullet points to it. Okay? Let's go ahead and render this document. And when I do, let's take a look at this hamburger menu again. So you can see that my title slide is identified, and it becomes pretty easy to sort of like jump between slides. So if you keep the hierarchy intact, you'll be able to sort of like see where you're at. Maybe I need to pop these out to move on to, it looks like the VS Code viewer is not getting me there, but this might. Something is wrong. Okay. So how do we make things incremental? That's another thing that tends to come up in slides. So I'm going to, for a second, go to visual mode. And let's take a look at these bullet points that I had in this new slide. And you can see, as soon as I'm in the visual mode, I gain, like anything where I can define attributes, I gain these 3 dots again. So if I click on them, I can decide whether this needs to be ordered or a bullet list. I can decide whether I want it to be a tight layout or not. And I can also, if we go back to the source mode, say I want these to be incremental. So let's go ahead and render those. So now those are incremental as well. I can set incremental true in my YAML if you want all of your bullet points to be incremental. Bad idea if you ask me. You can't get through anything sometimes when you do that. But you can do that at the document level, or you can do it at a cell level as well. Now, a few other things. So one of the things that happened when we went to this mode is that I have lost my code, right? By default, code is hidden in Reveal.js slides. It's a decision. Actually, I don't know that I can say authoritatively whether Reveal.js made or Quarto made, but someone made. So let's go ahead and reveal our code. So I am going to say execute, and we're going to set echo equal to true. And let's go ahead and render these slides again. Let's take a look at what things look like. So you can see I have some code. This particular code doesn't have any output. This particular code doesn't have any output. And this particular code does. So as soon as I gain some output, that shows up underneath my code. And in my analysis, this particular slide doesn't seem to be cooperating. Let me try this one more time. I'm like missing that slide for some reason. Give me 1 second to open them up another way. So let's play around with the other slide for now. I'm not sure what the issue is. So let's take a look at this one here. So we can see we have some code, and then our output is right underneath it. There are things I can do in terms of code highlighting, for example. There's only one line of code here, so I don't know that it's all that helpful to add code highlighting. But I'm going to add a chunk option called code line numbers. And I will give it as a character string, and I'll say I want to highlight this code line number 1. So the vertical bar, the pipe, says this is going to come after a pause. So maybe let's write one more thing here. So what that's allowing me to do is highlight that particular code, basically. So the line number that I define, and I can say, okay, then highlight number 2, for example, and goes 1, and then the other one as well. So we can scroll through if there is bigger portions of your code you want to highlight. You can also add a dash between them. And then you can do, basically the highlighting will highlight the whole thing. Let's add another slide here. And let's add another code chunk with some so we can see that the output is underneath our code. You might want things side by side as well. Code on one side and output on another side. So another thing I could do here is code, output location. And I have some options. I can put it in a column. Let's go ahead and do that. Maybe we can just have one thing here. So you can see that my output is now on a second column. Another neat feature that I find myself using a lot is when I want to reveal the code and then the output is something like column fragment, where it will automatically put the output on the next slide for you. If you have a lot of code and you have a big figure to show or something like that, you can also do slide. And it will actually create a new slide with the same title and move it to the next one for you as well. Now, this idea of a fragment is, yeah, question?
Can you put output slide anywhere in the, in the document? Like, for example, if you have a bunch of code and you want to show output, you can put output slide anywhere in the document. Like, for example, if you have a bunch of code and you want to show output, you can put output slide anywhere in the document.
No, so it would be, so you're saying, here's a bunch of code, and this is where I'm going to want the slide breaks? Is that what you mean?
Not particularly just code, but if you have a string text, folded list, block of code, you want that on one slide, and you've got 3 more instances of that. How do you break that apart for 3 different slides at the same time?
No, you would want to do it one slide at a time with slide headers in that case. Yeah, yeah. There is an option to have scrollable slides. Frankly, I'm not sure what the right audience for that is, but you can have slides that go beyond the fold, and you can, scroll them up. So if you really need to have a lot of text for an interested party, that could be one way to go about that as well. So let's talk about a few other things here. So another thing I'm going to add is some Reveal.js options. So we're going to add chalkboard, set that to true. And let's go ahead and render this. So what this gets us is these 2 new buttons here in our slide deck. One of them just literally opens up a chalkboard. So if you need some space to sort of write in, you can get that. And then you can hit, let's go ahead and render this again. And alternatively, if there is parts of your slide that you want to draw attention to, you can open sort of this and draw things on top of it as well. It's a little janky, but you can write and you can save your annotations. So it is actually possible. I mean, writing, I don't know that I'd want to be driving like a formula here or something, but if it's more about annotating and making sure that at the end folks can get a copy of your slides with the annotations, you can save the annotations at the end, which will save it as a JSON file that you can then rehost along with your slides if you would like to do so. But otherwise, for sort of like on-the-fly annotation, this is pretty good, particularly if you happen to be giving a talk or teaching in a room like this where there is not a separate board where you can sort of just like go into detail with something. Other things that tend to be helpful in slides is oftentimes you might want a logo, for example, at the bottom of your slide. So there is a YAML entry for that. So let's go and see in our images folder. Maybe I can take the Quarto logo. And what this will do is it will place that logo in every single one of your slides. You can use CSS to target its placement, but that's usually where it's going to put it. And oftentimes I like to also add a footer with a link to slides, and this can actually be an, live link as well. That is actually clickable, and that's going to show up at the bottom of your slides. What did I do wrong here? Format. Maybe this needs to be under here. Okay, so now that's going to drive me crazy. Why is it being... So the footer should... Okay. Sorry. The reason why it was not letting me put syntax here was that once you get to a point where you actually have potential special characters, you are going to want to put things in quotes. So not everything has to be in quotes, but once you introduce special characters into the text, certain ones trigger something else and maybe invoking something else, so I would recommend putting those on. So you can try the way I did, and if it's giving you an error, add the quotes, or I know some folks tend to always like to put things in quotes just to be safe, if you will, and either way works. Okay, now let's do one more thing where some maybe bad habits can get you someplace where you actually have some slides that have a lot of content on them. So maybe something like this. Let's add a bit more. And ideally, you shouldn't have slides like this, right? So much happening, things running off the page. But every once in a while, maybe there's just like, you're slightly over it, and you just want things to fit, and you don't want to fuss with breaking things apart. So you can use some of the predefined classes. So dot smaller is one of them that will just make your text a little bit smaller and make things fit. If you're a LaTeX Beamer user, the shrink to fit sort of thing that you can do in Beamer slides that sort of never looks nice but just works is, to me, similar to this feature, and sometimes it's maybe just what you need to do. This is what I was using for my installation instructions, for example, and many of you pointed out this is small, and I get it, but at least it allows you to get things in one place. So we have talked about like a few things with slides, but what happens ultimately at the end of giving a talk? You want to be able to say, this is where my slides are, right? So my link to slides here should go to some place where you can find my slides. Well, ultimately, what we have created is an HTML file. So if you have a way of hosting any HTML file, you can go ahead and do that. But let's use this opportunity to show one more feature of Quarto, which is publishing. So I'm going to kill this preview here and go to my terminal. And I'm going to say that I want to Quarto publish, and then the name of my document, because I have a bunch of documents in this project. So hello penguins, slides, QMD is what I want to publish, right? So let's go ahead and hit enter. And it asks you, where do you want to publish this? So the Quarto publish command, this is not where you can publish any Quarto output, but one where you can use the publish command. I'm going to use Quarto Pub, which is a hosting service. It's in the backend Netlify, but it is a free hosting service up to a pretty generous size, to be perfectly honest. But you can also publish to GitHub pages, if this isn't a repository, a GitHub repository to begin with, and it will automatically turn the pages on for you. Posit Connect is like a tool offered by Posit for if you have output that needs to be authenticated and certain people can access it and you don't want certain people to, or run on a schedule, that can be helpful for that. Netlify, Confluence is like a wiki, are also Hugging Face spaces. So let's go ahead and demo Quarto Pub right now. So I'm going to pick Quarto Pub. I happen to have an account with Quarto Pub, so it finds that and says, is this the one you want to use? If you don't have a Quarto Pub account, it would prompt you to create one at this point. So I'm going to say yes. And you'll see that now it asks me, what do you want to call this? Why is it asking me that? It's looking at my title field and then stripping it off all the special characters and then concatenated it with dashes. And guess what? This is not the first time I'm trying to publish a document called Hello Penguins. So in order to not overwrite it, it offers some alphanumeric sort of random text, but I can say, no, I would like to call it something else. So I'll call it Hello Penguins SciPy 24, for example. And now you can see that it's rendering it one more time. So Quarto Publish, even if you haven't rendered right before with your latest changes, will render that and gives you a URL that can be shared with anybody else that's publicly available as well. Yeah.
What about automation? Because, I mean, the interactive menu, it's fine when you're doing it locally, but if you want to publish to GitHub pages from a pipeline?
Then you can write the full text. So you can do Quarto Publish GitHub pages. So for example, let's give one example of that. So I had Quarto Publish to begin with, right? But I can say to Quarto Pub here as well. So you can actually write it in full if you don't want to play around with the interactive menu. Other questions? So usually my workflow is publish to one of these places, then get the URL, and then basically, update this here and then publish it one more time, and it will overwrite what you have for you. Now, when you've done this, let's take a look at our browser for a second. I've actually gained a new document called _publish YAML. This is safe to check into version control. This is not some ID number associated with your account in some way or has any sort of private information. It's an ID number associated with the document. And documents on QuartoPub are public, as in anyone can access them. There is no way to limit access. They're maybe hidden by, like, no one knows I published this, so would they know to look? There's not a homepage for me where others can browse them. However, for myself, as someone who has a QuartoPub account, I can see the documents I have published before. And you can see these could be single slide decks, but they can also be websites or dashboards or something like that as well. All right. So we've talked about sort of some of these things. Oh, one thing I didn't talk about is multiplex. So I'll briefly mention that as well. So if you sometimes give talks to an audience of people who are not always following along with you, are there any faculty among us? I'm going to assume everyone here has been following every word I say, but sometimes when you teach at a university, that's not the case. So one of the things is it's nice when, as you're scrolling through slides, the slides scroll with your audience as well. So another feature in Quarto is called multiplex. So you can actually add multiplex true, and when you do this and render your document, you're going to get two outputs for your document. One that can be posted and one that you should be driving yourself. So let's take a look at these two documents. So you can see there's a dash speaker version of my slides and just the dash slides. So the dash slides is what would be hosted, what I would publish, but the dash speaker version would be what I'm running. And as I scroll through here, my audience's slides will sort of go along with them as well. And that's a neat feature. It's perhaps a little bit gimmicky, but if you're giving a very long talk that's embedded in a single slide deck, it can be a neat feature for sort of ensuring audience engagement, if you will. All right, so is there anything else we didn't show here? Oh, let's talk about columns as well. So I have talked about how we can put the output of the code in a column, but oftentimes when we are making slides, we might want to make columns of text as well. So for example, this really long slide that I had, maybe I would want to add columns to this. This is probably the one instance where I most often go to the visual editor. So I'm not even going to make a fool of myself trying to come up with this markdown syntax myself. So I'm going to use the insert anything tool to say I want some columns. Why is that not here? Hold on. Oh, well, let's try tab sets first. So here I have two tab sets, for example. We can start with that, and I'll add my text for them in here. And let's go ahead and render these slides. So we can see that I have my sort of like tab sets for me. For some reason, I can't seem to get the columns to work with the insert editor tool. So maybe we can demo one other thing for you, which is how you might use the documentation for getting this. That might be helpful because, as I said, I know that you can do columns in slides, but the visual editor is not helping me right now. So I'm going to go to Quarto.org. This is probably what I use most regularly, the search bar, for things that I know exist, but I don't know exactly how to, like I can't remember the exact syntax for it. So this search reveals for me In a few places, the word columns come up. I'm not interested in tables right now. I could look under PowerPoint, or I could look under sort of an overview of presentation. So I'm going to select that. And let's go ahead and copy this code. Add it to here. Column 1 content. And column 2 content. And I can play around with their sizing as well. And let's go ahead and render that one more time. So you can see that like I can get column content in that way. So we're using divs to do this. As I mentioned, a minimum of 3 columns are needed to define a fence div. A common syntax you will see in the documentation for Quarto is if there is a div outside of another div, we try to match the number of columns, that the fences, to indicate that at the beginning and end. I will say that Pandoc is a lot more permissive than that. Things sort of work even if they don't match, but in the documentation we try to match them to make it a little bit easier to see when one thing starts and another thing ends. So you will see most of the time 3 columns next to each other to indicate a fence div, but for outer layers maybe more of them to indicate a fence div. All right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is play around with the slides. It is totally fine if you have followed along with what I've done in the demo, and totally fine if not. None of these tasks rely on something that I have shown so far, but they do rely on trying to go back to the documentation a little bit, as they're asking you to do a few things that I haven't demoed. In the slides, I have linked exactly to the points in the documentation where these can be found. And for those of you who may not have the slides in front of you, I'll share that in the Slack channel for the tutorial as well. So open the Hello Penguin Slides QMD and try to do these 3 things. Change the transition style, so whether it's fading or that thing that gives me nausea, the turning around one, or something like that. You can change the slide size, so currently it's formatted for a screen like this, so you can take a look at that. And also a useful feature, adding slide numbers. Yeah? Yes, so for themes, you mean like the look of your slides, basically? Yeah, so you can choose one of the themes that is available, one of the boot swatch themes by default. Isn't Yeti one of them? Or am I making that up? Okay, I'll take a look at one of the default ones, but let me show you how you can do sort of more bespoke styling as well. So under the theme definition, you can have a SCSS file or a CSS file. I've just been using SCSS files. They can live in the same folder as your document or elsewhere in your project. And you'll see, just to give you an example of what are some of the things I have defined on my slides, I'm using some custom fonts, for example, and also custom colors, alignment, so on and so forth. So all of that can be used by your slides. Does that answer your question? So you would basically ultimately refer to that in the theme setting of your slide deck. All right. I'm going to start this. And I'll walk around in a second for questions, but I'm going to make sure the color for the font for the code for the rest of the presentation looks good while we're doing this. Okay, so let's go over one of the ones that I think might be most commonly used, and also just, it so happened that the two theme names that I tried were not one of the predefined ones. So indeed, if you want to use a predefined but different than the default theme, you would put it under theme and then choose one of the options that's available. I shared a link to the spot in the documentation in the Slack if you want to see all of the possible ones. I think I saw blood was one, and I don't know what that looks like, but this is for people who can distinguish black and red, and I never can. But so we can change the theme there. And for slide numbers, you have two options. You can either choose to only show the current number, for example, by saying C if you don't want to scare your audience, or if you don't care, then you can set slide number to true so they know how many more slides are coming either way. And there's also options for only print them but don't show them on screen, so on and so forth, that you can use. And again, if you don't like where that slide number shows up or how it's styled, you can go in and with CSS target those and change those as well. Are there any questions about other things in the exercises? So the next thing I want to demo is this idea of incremental reveal, but a little bit more finer control on that. So what we have seen so far is, for example, when I had, so let's go ahead and do this. I said I can do incremental and bullet 1, bullet 2, something like this. So this is neat if where you want the incrementation to happen is actually in bullets. Sometimes it might be that you want some content and then something else. So we could do some text and then a pause and other text. Or this could be some text and an image, some text and code, something like that. So these three dots separated by a space are going to basically do the same thing as incremental, but the incremental div only works on itemized lists or enumerable lists, so this allows you a bit more control. How about if we want to do more though? Say I have two columns and I want to be able to put a pause between them or have more control over which column is revealed when. So the idea of this is fragments basically. So we're going to use dot fragment or fragment index and give it a number in order to be able to achieve this. So if I said dot fragment for each one of these columns, it's going to reveal them incrementally. What did you not like? Oh, I had the second one without a dot. Okay, so this is going to reveal them incrementally and in the order that they appear on my presentation. What if I wanted fragment index? Maybe I want this to be the first one, and I want the other one to be the second one. So now it's going to basically follow those fragments. So you can add dot fragment and create a div around anything and then give it fragment indexes as well. And you can go a lot fancier than this. So let's take a look in the documentation for a second for fragments. I find that some of this is really helpful if that's the sort of presentation you have, and some of it is a bit of an overkill. But you can see that there are different ways you can scroll through fragments. So you can fade them out, you can highlight things, so on and so forth. And another pretty neat feature is, let's take a look at this, sorry, Real Basics, fragments. Okay, so another neat feature is that you can have these nested as well. So you can actually, you know, say, I want it to first be highlighted, then semi-fade out, so on and so forth. So ultimately, this bloats up a lot, sort of like the code associated with your slide deck, but the more finer control you want, it is available. Some of the things where we think 80% of users are probably going to use it, which is incremental lists, are a lot easier to implement than sort of the details of some of these like localized fragmentation. But ultimately, if you're looking to reveal bits and pieces of your slide deck incrementally, the word you're looking for in the Quarto documentation is fragments. Are there any other aspects of perhaps the slides I've shown so far or another slide tool that you might tend to use that you would be interested in finding about in Quarto? What's that? Pointers. So I don't think there is not a pointer option in Quarto. I will say that I use a entirely different tool for doing this called Mouse Pose, which then allows me to point to anywhere on my computer, but there's not a pointer in Quarto itself. Now, as I say there's not a pointer in Quarto, what I mean is it is not implemented by Quarto at all, and there may or may not be someone who has written a Quarto extension that allows you to do that I don't know off the top of my head. I'm curious to look afterwards. Yeah.
Is there a way to define the YAML like in a YAML file and then just point to it? So if you wanted to have generalized.
Yes. Yeah, very good question. So this is possible as well. So let's do this. So what you can do is, in the next module when we do websites, we're going to talk about a Quarto YAML file where the intention is bringing many documents together. But your question is more about a shared YAML for documents. And the way to do that is in the folder where your documents are or above it. So it needs to be a parent folder or at the same level. You can create a text file called _metadata.yaml. And then you can, for example, say, I'm the same person giving all of these talks. Like, I don't need to, do this each time myself. Maybe the title will be different for each one of them. So when you render the document, it will slurp those up as well. One thing to note, though, is that you always need the format, not necessarily the options, but the format to be always defined in the document you're rendering as well, unless you're running Quarto render and you're going to do --2 and indicate the format there. But this might be really helpful if you have a collection of presentations or a collection of documents of any sort where you just want shared YAML across them.
So it automatically looks for an underscore metadata.
Yeah, or if it is there, it slurps them up from there. Other questions? Yeah.
It's not related to the slides, but we're using Python. Can you access the variable with the text and show its value?
Yes. So what we're looking for there is inline code. So you can do this to access the value of a variable. And it should be a single value or a text string. So you can't actually inline a plot, for example, or something like that. But for that, it works. And the syntax is, should be similar across different engines as well. Yeah. I think this was a feature of Quarto that was very attractive to like Jupyter users, for example, because like our Markdown has had this forever, but it wasn't necessarily, I believe, always possible in some of these other notebooks. So yeah. All right. If there aren't other questions about presentation, so Reveal.js is basically a replacement for Sure Engine if you've used that before, but ultimately it's Pandoc native syntax. For LaTeX slides, you can also make Beamer slides with Quarto as well, and you can do PowerPoint too when you have to collaborate with MS Office if you want. Now, I will link to the presentations part of the documentation here. There is a lot more than I have shown in the presentations, but I think in a nutshell, what's attractive about this is that we have barely needed to touch the content of our document going between Reveal.js and long-form documents. So one of the things I like to do, my students actually often ask me about, is that they say they like seeing slides when we're in a lecture setting, but they really do not like it when they're reading through things on their own, because they want to be able to Control F or something like that, and it's sort of cumbersome to try to remember where did something happen in the slide deck and scroll to that. So you can have a single document where that you render to Reveal.js and a long-form HTML. It may not be the prettiest document you've written because it will have very short sections probably, but it can be very useful for your audience to be able to see everything in one place and be able to refer back to it. All right. Then let's go ahead and talk about websites. Let's talk a little bit about dashboards. I'm trying to think of prioritization-wise, what should we focus on? One of the things we can do is talk a little bit about dashboards, but maybe not a long, like a demo about it, and then move on to websites where we can bring in multiple documents together. Does that sound like a good plan? Is dashboards is of interest to the audience? Okay, great. Then great. All right. So with Quarto, you can make dashboards as well. And again, the components are going to be very similar. And here's an example of a dashboard, for example. I'm going to scroll through a few of these examples for you. And what I want you to pay attention to is layout, the notion of cards, as you can see here, and also the notion of tabs or pages, as you can see on top. So here's another one, another one. These are all created, like the code cells themselves are Python, and then here what we're seeing is an interactive dashboard. So each one of these are static in the sense that they are communicating some static information that can be deployed on a schedule and updated, but you can also add interactivity to your dashboards as well. In this particular case, it's using Shiny for doing that. And here is sort of like semi-interactive, if you will, where we have some Plotly code or HTML widgets embedded into our dashboard. So not the same interactivity as compute happening, but at least allowing your user to engage with some of the output. So let's go ahead and open this simple dashboard that I had in the that I had prepared for you. So that's the Hello Penguins dashboard. And let's first spend a moment taking a look at the YAML. So what are some things that have changed? We have a new output format, so that's visible here. I have a logo. We'll see where that shows up in a second. And then I also have at least one navigation button that will point me to the GitHub repository for maybe where the code for this is. You can see that I have some cells that, do some prep work in order to be able to do my analysis, some text, and then some code cells that basically emit an output that might be of interest to me. And nowhere in my dashboard do I have something like echo false, but by default, the code won't be visible. So let's go ahead and render this for a second. And let's take a look at some of the features of the output, and then we'll come back to the code. So I'm going to pop this out so we can take a look at it. So we have 2 pages or 2 tabs for our dashboard, data and analysis. And if we were to take a look at the code itself, they are going to be identified by a first level header. So data and analysis here. Within data, I have 2 rows. You can see some content on top that has a smaller height than my content in the bottom. So the way we are identifying those is that I have 2 second level headers that identify the heights of these two rows. So I have a height 30% and a height 70%. And then within the first, I have now divided it into columns. So you can keep doing this however many times you want to portion things, basically. So I have equally sized columns, if I'm seeing that correctly, one that has some text and the other that has an embedded image. So the way we have done that is because I'm now breaking up this area into further components, I'm using one level down header, and then in this case, specifying widths for those. So I can go ahead and play with these if I want and render the document again. And then we can see that the text takes a little less space than the image. By default, each one of these, either plain text or output of a code, gets its own card. And each one of these cards by default are expandable as well, so that one can dig into it as they please. And you can see something different about the bottom half than the top is that my card has a title as well. So I didn't indicate anywhere in my code that this should go into a card. So in Quarto, by default, each one of your code cells will create a card. So we'll create that card for you and make it expandable. And we have a new code cell option called title, which is different than the label. So the label where we had done fig dash and stuff like that, you can think of that as it's for the computer, not for the user. That was for us to be able to programmatically be able to refer to the code cells. The title that's available in dashboards is for the user to see, and it's going to place that on top of your document. Now, obviously, we can think about, if I go to the analysis, for these plots that I have made, I could have made those plot titles. So I had made it part of my code that generates the plot as well. But oftentimes, if things are in a dashboard, you may want to modify your code and remove those labels from the plot image itself and place them on these headers, basically. So in the second page, what we're seeing is we have just 4 quadrants of equal size, basically. Each one gets a plot in this particular case. And how we've achieved that is you can see that I haven't this time indicated a particular height, so it then divides it by default in half. And each one of these code cells, so in here, for example, I said, on the first half of my document, put these 2 code cells, and it puts it in its own cards, and in the second half, put these in its code cells, and it places it in the other cards that you're seeing there. So we can bring in any sort of code, obviously, into the code cells themselves, and do have finer control over how they are displayed and laid out on your dashboard, but you can also leave things to Quarto to equally proportion the space that you have and place them into things. Oftentimes, my approach to developing a dashboard is get each code, everything that I want to display in a card to begin with, and then worry about the layout after, unless I'm trying to mimic something that exists from before. And what we had in the YAML was a logo, so you can see that got placed in the corner here, sort of a neat feature. And then we also have a GitHub icon. You can use a lot of the social icons here, so many of them are available, but in this case, I have actually linked to the repository where you can find the code, for example. So this is sort of an overview of how we can sort of create dashboards. But let's take a look now at some of the finer control that you can have. Ultimately, going from a notebook to a dashboard, all you need is format dashboard, and it will then start making some assumptions about how your code cells should be treated, like things should be in cards, so on and so forth. And if you have a document where you have summarized some results and you want to make a dashboard out of it, my recommendation is just do this first, see how things shake out, and then start fine-tuning, hiding things, so on and so forth. We have a navigation bar and pages. That's where our icon and our title for our dashboard goes, and pages, if there's more than one defined, that look like, I guess you can refer to them as tabs or pages, however you want to do. We can add a sidebar, and we can add rows, columns, and tab sets. So I'll give a couple examples of these. And then, as I said, within each one of these areas, we have cards. So these cards will have either output of code, or just text, or value boxes, which we'll talk about in a second. And you can, author and customize these within a notebook UI, like an IPython notebook, or the plain text QMD as well. Either way works. So this is what sort of the navigation bar and pages might look like for the one that we were working with. Here we have, if you want to add a sidebar, that is like going to be persistent across each one of your pages. That's a special notation. It's going to be a class called .sidebar, and that will sort of show up like this and will be present in each one of your pages, particularly if you have interactivity or some global information you're sharing about your pages. That's a good place to put that. And so maybe something like this would be a good example of that. For example, a sidebar where we have some UI widgets for the user to interact with, and then a sort of a main panel area where the results of those are being displayed. You can lay things in rows. So this is similar to what I had originally. So an example of that would be a dashboard like this, or you can lay out things in columns. So depending on whether you define a width or a height, Quarto will recognize that to lay things in a column or a row format, basically. And here's an example of where things are originally defined in columns, and then within each column we have rows for different cards and content that we're trying to display. Tab sets can be helpful for sort of like without losing maybe information from a given page, but having some flexibility for a portion of your document or your dashboard. So the way we achieve tab sets is basically going to be with the tab set class. And you can see that as soon as you have code cells that will generate different cards, Quarto will then know to place them into two separate tab sets. So I'm not defining tab set 1 content and tab set 2 content separately. I'm just letting it sort of like do its thing. So here, for example, you can see that I have 3 code cells that create 3 different plots, and they're laid out across these tabs. So with plots, just a couple examples. This particular example I've given because just to sort of like drive home the point that you can have things that produce HTML widgets ultimately that get embedded in your dashboards, or something like with Leaflet as well, to add something between static and interactivity, I feel like. For tables, you can, again, I've been using the Great Tables examples, but you can choose whichever table package you want to use. iTables, for example, is a good example of one that has a search by default. We had a question about that earlier. Let's talk a little bit about value boxes. I feel like they tend to be defining characteristics of dashboards. So what we have here is a code cell that, again, has some specific chunk options. So I have said that this is a value box. You can see component value box. And then I have some code that uses, either calls a function to grab some value, and also specifies a particular icon and a color as well. So this would look something like this, for example. The first example, the color is static. It's whatever the secondary color is defined to be. But in the second example, the color actually depends on, bless you, on something that's coming from the data. So if it was a positive change, then maybe you set it to be a green or something like that. So the colors can be dynamic based on the value of your data, or the icons can be dynamic based on the value of your data as well. Text content. So in this case, I've defined specifically that it goes in a card. By default, if you don't define it, it will as well. But if you have multiple paragraphs, it can split them across cards, for example. So if you want to make sure everything, even if it has headers or styling, is contained in a single card, you can use this fenced div of a card to say these all go into a single one. And you can do that for text, or you can do that for any other output you want to make sure gets contained in a single card. And we talked about expanding cards as well, basically. That's the default behavior. You can suppress that, though I don't know that I've seen a good use case for suppressing it necessarily. Now, when it comes to deployment, everything we've done so far in terms of deploying or publishing that slide deck would work here as well if you have just a static HTML ultimately. So if it's a static dashboard, you render it a single time and your underlying data won't change, then that might be the way to go. If your data is going to change, then you probably want to schedule that. So whether that's a cron job or using something like Posit Connect, but you can get it to basically run the Quarto render command again, which will fetch the data and recreate the results for you. Or it can be parameterized as well. So one of the things that tool I mentioned, Posit Connect, allows you to do, for example, is to share parameterized reports where your user can use a UI to basically rerun the content based on certain parameters. So maybe run the projections for this month or next month would be a good sort of use case for that. And if it's interactive, then you're going to think about hosting it where the code can be re-executed as well. Although more recently there's been solutions like through things like Pyodite and whatnot, you can actually, not necessarily have to host it on a server. So I'll give one example of that here. But if you are using Shiny for interactivity, generally deploying it on a Shiny server might be the way to go. Okay, so for parameters, we've talked about this with the like parameterized reports. The notation is exactly the same, and we basically say, here's a code cell that actually defines what our parameters are, and we do give it a default value. There was a question about can they be like character strings, so here's an example of that. And then we can render the in this case, for example, I'm re-rendering the dashboard with a different ticker parameter. So the calculations are going to be now based on that. Yeah.
Is it possible to cache simply this comment? For example, if you're downloading the data set in a different chunk?
Yes. Yeah, so we'll talk a bit more about cache, but yes, you can have cell-based cache so that the download maybe happens only once, and then the re-rendering of other cells happen separately. So if you're in a single document and you want cell-based control, caching is the way to go. If you're in a multi-document thing, like a website or a book, and let's say like keeping things constant needs to happen at a page level, then we use a different system called freeze that I'll talk briefly about, where you can say, do not re-render this page unless I touch it again. It's a nifty feature for blogs, for example. So like your code, if it changes a year from now, your blog post doesn't try to re-render again later. So I won't dive into code for interactivity here today, because again, I think that would be like a whole other presentation. But there are examples of interactivity in the Quarto dashboard documentation, plenty with Shiny, but using other interactivity tools as well. So you can sort of like use any sort of like any package or library that you generally develop apps in and embed components of that in a Quarto document or a dashboard. Dashboards tend to be a place where that comes up pretty regularly. So here's one example of Quarto dashboards with SciPy, for example. If you're deploying interactive dashboards, you have a bunch of options. What I have found to be sort of the lowest barrier to entry, at a minimum really good when I'm trying things out, is using, if I'm doing interactivity with SciPy, using SciPy Apps IO. It's at a basic level, it's a free service unless you have hundreds of people sort of like visiting your dashboard, but it's very good at a minimum for testing things out, just to make sure, does it actually look like it behaves on your computer when it's actually deployed. And as your needs increase, there's documentation around sort of how to host these. There are free and paid solutions for all of them, including a serverless solution. And I will be very honest, I have included this as an option here. This is not something I have tried myself, so I don't think that I would be a great person to answer detailed questions about it. But I do know that it's possible to host SciPy documents where the computation is just happening in the browser. I've written a bunch with R, just haven't gotten around to playing with SciPy for Python and browser-based sort of compute, but that is possible to do. And unless you have some concerns around privacy of the data and whatnot, that might just be the easiest solution to try. Okay, so as a brief wrap up, there's a lot more on dashboards on the documentation side, but I would say main takeaways are that the syntax that works for writing a Quarto report or a document, for the most part, works for dashboards as well. But as we saw, we've introduced some chunk options that otherwise are not meaningful, like a title that becomes the title of a card, for example. But a great place to start with a Quarto dashboard is if you've already done your analysis in Quarto and sort of written it up as a long form thing, or just a bunch of code cells in a document and not a whole lot of prose. Change format to dashboard, see how things shake out, start hiding some of the code, maybe turning off some of the code, and then worry about the layout as the next instance. And I would say anything around theming and sort of making things look pretty might come even after that. So this was a bit of a quick introduction to dashboards, but are there questions about it? Or anything that I may not have touched on that you're thinking, is this possible to do? All right. Then I would say, well, we can power through until noon, which is about 45 minutes from now, or we can take just a 5-minute break. How do we feel? Power through? All right, you say break. How about this? Let's take a 5-minute break, but I will linger here for questions during that time. And what we're going to do is we're going to spend majority of our time when we come back on websites, basically, okay? I will set a timer for myself, though, so that we don't go over. Yeah, of course.
So I've been using Quarto, but this is super useful to get more into the details. However, I've been facing an issue for quite a few months. And
Okay.
is that the same way, for example, when you execute a MATLAB code and outputs a figure or a plotly one, when you export that into HTML, it renders nicely. When you export that into PDF, Quarto seems to be creating like an images folder, and
Yes.
those get injected into the PDF also. But when, let's say, I have a custom widget or Jupyter widget that outputs some sort of figure,
Yeah.
that works nicely in HTML, but then in the PDF, since it's using base 64 encoding, doesn't get added into that images folder, so it doesn't render in the PDF. And I'm not sure who's in charge of controlling that whole pipeline of rendering, but
So, is the thing that you're trying to make appear in the PDF a static image, or is it a HTML widget?
I think the widget is exporting it as a base64 encoded image. It's like,
But it is a static image
Yeah.
ultimately. Okay. So if it is ultimately a static image, it should be working nicely. And I would recommend opening an issue about it with the details for sure. The repo issues are very closely monitored. Like the Quarto is pretty stable, but also still like very actively developed. So I would do that. Now, if the output of this code cell is something you believe should behave nicely in a static PDF, then it's something Quarto should be solving for you. And I'd open an issue about it. If it is not, if it is some sort of interactive thing, or I don't know, something else, I would recommend thinking about, is that really what you want in your PDF? And if not, do you need to use something like conditional content to say, when I render to HTML, I want you to do this. But when I render to PDF, I want you to do this instead. Whether that thing you wanted to do is see the interactive document for, like a note, or just a differently produced figure. Now, this conditional format may not be what you're after, but depending on what is supposed to be displayed there, if it would never work in a PDF, that's the solution.
yeah, like I think it would be something like, for example, imagine a function,
Mhm.
like, I don't know, like hello penguin, the
Yeah.
same, and it outputs you like an IP something for images.
I see,
So the
yeah.
same way it renders in the HTML,
Yeah.
it should render
It should.
as a
Then,
static image, right?
then I would say that it something in the pipeline seems like it's not doing what it should be doing. But I would open a reproducible issue so we can track and try to get to the bottom of it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh huh.
Personal
Yeah.
PDF also.
Yeah.
So inside the chord block, I'm kind of creating a cheat sheet. So I have like a lot of chord blocks inside.
Yes.
So I need to do some kind of linting, like 80 lines,
Uh-huh.
80 letters in a line.
Okay.
So that kind of linting I want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
associate maybe flags or some linting.
Yeah.
So is it possible to do that with Quarto?
I think that if it's going to be that, to me, that sounds like something that Lua would come into play for. Yeah, yeah. Because you're ultimately trying to control the display of that text, and you want to do it conditionally on something where, like, some counting will need to happen first. So to me, the reason for that is, think about it as, remember that pipeline I showed, first the executable code cells and then everything else. Well, obviously in that everything else, there's a hierarchy, an order in which things are happening. And whether that's happening as a pre-render or a post-render is something. So another thing I will mention though is there's the notion of a post-render script, like you can invoke a script to be run at certain points of the Quarto render process. So these are things that can be defined in the YAML. Maybe this could help you, but I wouldn't be surprised if part of your solution involved Lua as well. This was just my timer.
So it's like if I am adding that particular thing on Lua, can I add it as a variable here so that
Yeah,
I
you
can
should.
define what
You
is the
should.
number?
Yeah. That number is something you should be able to define. Yeah. You're welcome. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with websites and blogs. Now, I've titled this Websites and Blogs because I believe what I'm about to talk about is going to be most commonly used to create a website or a blog. But really, the overarching topic we're discussing here is the notion of a Quarto project. So now that we've moved on from a single document, let's talk about what we can do in Quarto projects that involve multiple documents. So Quarto projects are defined by a _quarto.yaml file. And in this file, the first thing we indicate is the type of project. Currently, there are 4 possible project types. A default type that basically says, there's a collection of documents in this folder, and I want you, when I run Quarto render, and I don't then specify a single document, I want you to render all of them. And we can give some choices for how they should be rendered. Like I can define a format, similar to where we talked about metadata.yaml, certain YAML fields that will need to apply to all of them. I can then also define things like, don't rerun the computation in these individual documents unless I have touched the file since the last time I rendered, by saying I want to create a freeze for the results of my computations. But I can also say I want these things to come together as a website, which means that I will do some writing of layout, whether things should be on a navigation bar on top, on a sidebar, or a combination of the two. Or I can say I want them to come together as a book. And when we're in a book, the idea is that chapters are numbered. So instead of a random list of, instead of different types of layout, these are going to be sequentially laid out. And so I will then define which order to render these in. And also, books will allow me to cross-reference between chapters in a way that websites won't. And finally, a manuscript. Now, a manuscript ultimately actually is a single file. It's something you produce as probably ultimately you want a PDF that you can submit to a journal, for example, or you want the interim tech file that you can upload on archive or something like that. But in creating that manuscript, you may not necessarily want to put all of the computation that goes into the figures and tables in that manuscript into that document, but have supporting notebooks from which certain cells contribute to certain figures. So the reason why a manuscript is a project type is not because your ultimate manuscript is multiple files, but more that it can leverage computation that was done across multiple files. Now, earlier I said Quarto is natively multilingual. This is true, but you can actually have different, like a Python cell and an R cell in the same document. So this idea of manuscripts or embedded computation, what it allows us to do is have maybe an IPython notebook where all of my code cells are in Python, maybe an RMD where all of my code cells are in R, but ultimately I pull results of certain code cells to come into this one manuscript that I have. So it's a way of achieving a final product that is the result of computation in multiple languages without sort of confusing the engines about which language needs to be running in a single document. So the components of a Quarto project it's a directory, so everything lives in the single directory, and it contains a file called Quarto YAML. So this is a Quarto project, and this is not a Quarto project, okay? Both of these can be rendered with Quarto render, but here I would need to specify the name of the document, and here, if I just say Quarto render, it will render all of the documents in here for me, whether I want it to or not. So I'll talk a little bit about what if certain documents you don't want rendered. But if you don't say anything, it will do, I'm going to render everything that's in here that I can render. In the YAML, I'm going to have, once I define the type of my project, then I can define metadata for that project. So here, for example, I just have one title for this project and nothing else is specified. Here is the Quarto YAML file for the website for the tutorial, for example. Here are all the things I defined in here. For example, I said, yes, I want this to be a website, but I also want the output directory to be a directory called docs, because GitHub Pages works nicely if you have a directory called docs. Otherwise, a website will get rendered in a folder called _site. So this allows you to have some control over that. Then I said, here are all of the content. So this is what you're seeing on the sidebar of our website and the order in which you can see them. And you can see that I am referring to particular QMD files. And I'm also specifying what the text that should be visible to the user is, or to the person sort of visiting the website is. Otherwise, it will grab the title of your document. Okay. So in Quarto websites, basically they're essentially format HTML and a Quarto project file, the Quarto YAML. But website is different than just saying format HTML on top of your document because it has multiple pages. And as I said, they're very similar, books and website. And in fact, I'm fairly certain we're going to run out of time for books today, but the layout is going to be very similar. So a lot of what we talk about here will apply to books as well. The only difference being the cross-referencing. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to take some of the documents we worked with and make a very simple website. And so I'm going to go to VS Code. And let's go ahead and take this folder that we've been working in, and I'm going to create a new text file, and I'm going to call it _Quarto.yaml. No creativity allowed here. That's what it always needs to be called. And I'm saving it as such to begin with so that I can start benefiting from YAML intelligence before I even write anything in here. So the first thing I'm going to add is type. And this is going to be, sorry, it's a project. And the type is, I get to choose from these. I'm going to say I want it to be a website. And then I can say I want to define certain things for my website. Let's give it a title. I don't know, I'll say it's Quarto website or something like that. And then let's figure out how we want to lay things out, okay? I'm going to create one with a navigation bar on top first. So starting from the left, I want to be able to refer to, let's say, just 2 pages for now. One of them was hello penguins.qmd, and the other one, let's do that call out boxes.qmd, okay? And the other thing I'm going to say is I want my format to be HTML, and maybe let's specify just a few things here. I almost always want table of contents on a website, so I'm going to specify that, okay? So what we've done here so far is written, sort of handwritten, with a little bit of, is this rain or what? I have no idea. With a little bit of help of the YAML intelligence, defined that I have a Quarto project of type website, and I have minimally included what are the pages I want associated with it, and then gave some options for the look of my website, okay? Now, if I do a Quarto render here, some things happen, but it's a little bit unclear. What you can see that it's actually trying to run through all of my documents, even though I haven't said I'm going to use all of my documents. Why is it doing that? Because I also haven't told Quarto, ignore these other files. Now, in a realistic setting, chances are you don't have loose files laying around in a website directory that have nothing to do with that website. Chances are files are there for a reason. But if you want certain files to be not part of your Quarto render process, One way of doing that is to renaming them to start with an underscore at the beginning, and that would be one way of Quarto to ignore it. Now, one thing though is, what is a defining feature of a website to you? In order to have a website, we need to have an index.html, basically, right? And so far, I don't have that. So while Quarto will allow me to have this definition of a Quarto YAML file, what I really want to be doing is specifying one of these pages to be my home page. So I'm going to say that my home page is going to be that first document we worked with. And so I'm going to rename that to be index.qmd, and I'm going to refer to that here. Does that make sense? So that's one defining characteristic of that website, is it needs to have a home page, basically. Now, when I do that, I can still do Quarto render to create my web page, but a functionality I gain in a tool like VS Code is, now that I have this index, I actually can now just preview that index file, and it is aware of that, bless you, Quarto YAML file in there. So you can see when it's rendered, it actually picks up all of that information we put into the Quarto YAML file. So it's no longer rendering that single document as a single document, but using the fact that we have defined a website with a title, with another page, and with a table of contents, for example. Does that make sense? So again, I can do Quarto render, or I can always have this index.qmd file open, and I can continue to render the index.qmd to sort of get to what things are going to look like on my website. So what are some things that might be helpful for us to demo here? We have put things in a nav bar. We can also try putting things in a sidebar. So let's go ahead and change the layout of our website. So in order to change how things are laid out, I'm going to go back to my document, and I'm going to say I want a sidebar. And in the sidebar, I'm going to have contents. And let's go ahead and add these here, the index and the call-out boxes. So you can see the preview is live. So as I change my Quarto YAML file, the look of my website has changed. Now the two things are on my sidebar, and by default, I get a search bar here as well. You can turn that off if you want, as you can imagine. To be perfectly honest, the Quarto search is really nice. I will show one thing where, in order to show maybe that search is nice, I feel like you have to actually try it in a website where there's a lot of stuff. This was a course I was teaching at Duke in the spring. So let's go ahead and look for the word regression. So you can see the search can search through both documents and slide decks that you have, and it will just take you to any instance of where that word appears, which is pretty handy if you think about a website with multi-format documents, and the search works across all of those formats. So we've talked about navbar and sidebar. So far we've set a pretty vanilla theme, so maybe we can spice things up a bit. What are some Booswatch themes that we can use? Something that looks obvious. Quartz seems like one that will be very obvious when it's there. So, for example, something like this. I don't know who wants this, but you can have it. Now, probably something a bit more useful, though, is to have that light and dark switch, right? So let's think about a theme where there's like a nice version of a light and a dark. And so what we can do here is we can say for the light, I want flatly, and for the dark, I think it's called darkly. And so when I do this, you can see that I gain a switch to go between them. And you can add further styling to it. So for example, I could do something like, if I was going to write additional SCSS to say, I want all of those darkly defaults, but I have some custom divs and I want to make sure that they don't stick out like a sore thumb when I'm using a dark mode, I can add additional SCSS file and I can string along as many as I want in here. And you can do things like customize how the switch off happens, but the default is a toggle between the two. Okay, and finally, let's go ahead and I have my website, right? I'm done, basically. It's the most perfect website anyone could have created, so I'm ready to share it with the world. Earlier, we've used the Quarto publish command for a single document, but I can also use the Quarto publish command for the whole project as well. So this is going to be aware of that Quarto YAML file. And let's go ahead and publish to Quarto pub again, and it will probably ask me, yeah, I'll name it Quarto website. And what it's doing is it's basically rendering the documents that it finds in here, and then we'll be able to get a rendered version of our website and host it on the web as well. Now, one thing this is doing, though, is a question is, where is the compute happening, right? So this is not some sort of like continuous deployment situation. The compute, all of that happened on my computer ultimately, and the results are being, beamed off to QuartoPub or whatever for these. You can obviously have a website where maybe you want the website to update every time you push to a GitHub repository. So there's plenty of documentation and information for leveraging things like GitHub Actions to then call Quarto Publish to do things for you. And all of that is very well documented. Though I don't know if you deal with GitHub Actions, it's like a whole other can of worms. Sometimes they work and sometimes you're debugging them for a while. But all of those workflows that you might have working for you in other instances will work here as well. And you can have those invoke ultimately Quarto Publish anywhere along the line. Or you can say, I just want this _ site folder or this docs folder, and then let me decide what I want to do with it without invoking Quarto Publish. So that is entirely up to you. Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do is to make a website yourselves. Maybe we'll take more like 5 minutes as opposed to 10, but I will start the timer here just so you can get a sense of how we can bring these things together. You can add one more notebook that has an executable code cell. You can simply, we have other notebooks that we have already worked on, so you can add them to your Quarto YAML if you prefer. I'm going to leave my Quarto YAML up on the screen here while you're working on this in case it's helpful to refer to it. And I would encourage you to add one new page, an about page. So here, this will be a good exercise in following documentation again. Quarto has this about page feature that, gives you, if you have a home page that you've created with Quarto, like one of these looks by default, for example, that I think is a nifty way of, having an about page about yourself or about your project without writing a lot of CSS yourself. And then if you so desire, you can try publishing on QuartoPub, or if you don't want to create an account on QuartoPub right now, you can try publishing on GitHub Pages. If you follow the instructions from the beginning where you actually made your own repository with your template, so you have something you have write access to, publishing to GitHub Pages would work. If you didn't follow the instructions and you just cloned my repository, then you obviously won't be able to publish there because you don't have push access to it. But I'll start this. I am going to leave the Quarto YAML file up on the screen, and I'll walk around and help. So let's walk through sort of using this about page as an example, how we basically bring in something new into our website. So I'm going to create a new file, and I can either do like new text file from here, or another thing we haven't really made use of so far has been the command palette in VS Code. So this might be a good opportunity to show that I can say new document, for example, from here. That will create a QMD file. I've copied the contents of the example file from the documentation, but for the image, let's use something that we actually have a image for. And I'm going to save this as about.qmd. So I have a new file that I've created that actually has some metadata that identifies it with a particular formatting. And what I need to do is I need to bring it into my website. So in order for my website to know this needs to be one of my pages, we need to go back to our Quarto YAML and say about QMD. And something we haven't done so far has been, what if I don't want it to say, Finley Malik, for example, in this case, in the link. So I can say the reference to this file is about QMD, but the text I want it to show on my sidebar is just the word about. So I can define it this way. And then let's go to our index QMD file, since that's the sort of our home page, and use that to preview the whole website. And so now I have gained that about page. For some reason that image is not looking very good. I think it's because it is let's use a different template for it. Maybe this will be a bit better. Okay, so here we go. We can actually see sort of a particular formatting for that page. And I haven't had to write a whole lot of sort of like text for it. Now, another thing you're seeing here is it grabbed these. Where did they come from? Does anyone remember? It's not on that page. It's not Finley's information. Remember we had created that metadata file and had left it laying around? So at any point, if any of those fields are relevant, it is going to sort of bring that in. So in this particular case, I actually would get rid of the contents of that metadata file or just delete that file for the time being in order to make sure that it's not seeping into areas where it's not intended. So you are able to see the metadata YAML file working in action, but you may want to overwrite those fields in an individual document if you don't want them to be slurped in from the metadata. It will give priority to the things you specify in a given file over the metadata file. Now, we have a few pages on this website, so the next thing I want to talk very briefly about is, what if I want to blog? So how do I go about doing that? Obviously, I can manually brew up a blog, right? I can like give sort of like dates to each one of my documents, so on and so forth. But generally, when you're writing a blog, it's helpful if a collection of documents can be sort of slurped in and be listed for your audience in a very consistent manner. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, this whole website is not a blog maybe, but I want to have a blog link to it. So I am going to create a new folder here. I could, I guess, do it in VS Code, or I can do it in my Finder. Let's do it here. And I'm going to call it posts. Okay? And let's go ahead and grab two things, my Markdown syntax document and my tables and figures document, just not to have to get very creative about things. I'm going to grab two of the documents I had laying around and put it in this posts folder. And usually if you have a blog, you would also want, like a blog page, you would also want a landing page for your blog, right? So let's go ahead and create one new document. And I'll call it blog. And what I want is for it to be a listing. And I want the contents of this listing to come from posts. Posts being that directory that we just created. And let's go ahead and save this file as blog.qmd. I have a file. I want it to be part of my website. I need to go back to my Quarto YAML and say, make sure to list this as part of my website. So let's open up that Quarto YAML file and say, I want blog.qmd to be part of things as well, and save it. So now I can see that on my sidebar, I have gained a new page called blog, and in it, there's some stuff. They don't look good, but there is a little bit of stuff so far. So what do we have here? We have two entries, and these are actually clickable entries, and you can see that they take me to the contents of those documents. They look awfully awkward as they are. Why is that? Because they don't have enough metadata to be displayed as part of this blog display. So what would be some fields that we can think of that would be useful to have if you genuinely are writing a blog? At a minimum, I would say we would want to have a date, right? So let's do this. And maybe the other one, let's give it yesterday's date. And let's go ahead and render our document again, or render our website again. and see what things look like now. So now if I go to my blog, I can at least see, nope. I'm just going to render this one. I can see these additional fields now being slurped up, as you can see. What did it do? It took like the first couple sentences to be a summary, and it gave a date as well. This may be the way you want to display your blog entries, but there may be other ways you want to display them. So by default, it's going to list them as entries like this, and if you had images, like thumbnail images associated with each one of them, it would slurp those up too. You can also lay them out in a grill or lay them out as a table as well, for example. So, and another thing that's generally helpful in these posts type of folder is having a metadata file. That might be where I put myself as the author for each one of these posts if I know that I'm the one writing them, for example, always. And if I have a contributor for a couple of my posts, I can overwrite that in the individual files. So the keyword we're looking for here is the notion of a listing. And what that means is that anything that is as part of, like, as that's listed in the contents field of that listing is going to be slurped up in this same way. You can further control things. For example, you see how it says date here? Maybe you wanted to say a different word, like date in Spanish, for example. So finer control of all of these things is feasible as you dive into the depths of it. But at a minimum, this is useful information. Now, in the interest of time, I want to, instead of running through all of the remaining slides, I want to say one thing that's going to be very important for something like a blog, but also in general important for working with Quarto, which is this idea of a freeze. So let's go back here and let's go ahead and run Quarto render. And I'd like you to watch what's happening in the terminal as this is doing its thing. And I promise you it's a little more fun than watching paint dry. It's running code, right? Any documents that have executable code cells in them, it actually invokes and runs the code. And then also it renders the text in other things as well. So this over here, where it says in index.qmd, there actually were some code cells. And since I actually labeled my code cells, I can see what they are. All of that code is being re-executed. Do we really want that to happen? It's going to take a really long time, so chances are no. So a useful feature is this idea of a freeze. And usually, in the case of a project, a website or a book or a blog or something, it's useful to define this at the project level. And this is an execution setting. So I'm going to set freeze, and here are my three options for it. Auto, false, or true. By default, freeze is set to false, which means nothing is frozen, and we always re-execute the code. True is everything is frozen, and we never re-execute the code unless you open that document and click on the preview button, or you run Quarto render, specific name of the document. Risky way to live your life, if you ask me. If you're sort of like, yeah, I'm just gonna let like Quarto help me when I might be being sloppy, I would recommend setting it to auto. And every once in a while, just like anything that's being cached, of course it will burn you, of course it will make you pull your hair out, and of course you'll want to like dump everything out and then like rerun your code again, maybe. But what freeze auto does is, unless a change has been made to a document since the last render, since the last time things were frozen, it won't re-execute the code cells again. So let's go ahead and set freeze to auto. And let's run Quarto render one more time. Because we have nothing frozen, we should be seeing the exact same behavior as before. And if you watch the navigation tab here, we've gained a new folder as well called _freeze. It starts with an underscore, so it doesn't go into a circular loop of trying to re-execute things in there. And you can see in it that there are two folders, Hello Penguins and Index. These happen to be the two files that had executable code cells in them. That's why new folders got created for them. And in them, you can see the results of the execution. So these are stored as JSON files or as images. Yeah? With underscore, yes. Quarto render will ignore folders or files that start with an underscore. It's a neat way of like keeping some files around that you don't want re-executed. So now that we've done this, let's run Quarto render one more time. And let's go ahead and see this. So you can see that in index QMD, if you remember, we had code cells. It looked into it, but it didn't re-execute the code because I haven't touched it. And if I go ahead and make some change to my index QMD file, I think I've made some change to it, right? Yes, so I've added something. Something has changed. If I go to my, where are we? Terminal and render again, I should see that that computation is going to now happen again. It doesn't matter if I haven't touched a code cell, and that's another important thing to keep in mind. So this is not finer control over caching of your code cells. It's about, should I rerun this document again? And the reason why I'm bringing this up in the case of a blog post, as you can see, is if you've written a blog post with, I don't know, some version of pandas, and then there was a breaking change 3 years later, if you have set this and you never touch that file, it will continue to work because it will continue to only display the frozen results. And if you want to get rid of it, you can either set the freeze setting to something else like false, or if you only want to get rid of the freeze for a particular file, you can literally manually put that, the freeze results into trash. If you want finer control over what happens in code cells, though, the term you're looking for, the way Quarto refers to it, is cache, which can be set at the code cell level as cache true or as cache false, and it will only cache the results of that code cell. This might be helpful for, I'm fetching a data set, but everything else I want to re-render again. I just want that fetching of that data set to be cached, for example. Do you have a question? Yes. So Quarto, when you make something a Quarto project and Quarto render, Quarto will put this in your git ignore. So it creates a hidden folder called .quarto, and that's the only thing it will put there by default. The rest, obviously, you can keep editing. Yeah. That set of default, so not necessarily as a git ignore per se. I think to my knowledge, can't remember the entire documentation, but to my knowledge, we don't get into that detail. However, if it's more about things Quarto should exclude from rendering, no, okay, so. I see, yeah, no, it doesn't by default do that. And frankly, I think you'll see if you dig into the discussion, like on the Quarto, like GitHub discussion, you'll see different choices around whether freeze should be checked in or not. And ultimately, the answer that I have stuck to for my projects has been the following. If when I push to Git, I actually want the GitHub action to run my code, like my Python or my R code, then I don't check that in. And for certain things like documentation, I think that's essential because like it's always checking it for you. When I teach a class, And the last thing I want is slides from 3 weeks ago to be broken because I did something sloppy 5 minutes before class and I'm pushing something. I check in the freeze because even if it may not reflect the reality of today, it reflects the reality of that day when that lecture happened, and I want to make sure it doesn't get broken. So it really depends on the purpose of that project, whether these outputs files should be checked in or not, so there isn't a single recommendation around it.
And my second question is for freeze. When you set freeze to be true,
Mm-hmm.
does that override eval?
No, it does not. No, eval is about should I ever run the code? So individual code chunks or all code chunks in a particular document, should they be run or not, is determined by eval. Freeze is more about should I rerun it in a way? Or should I use the results from the last time I ran it? But if you just want to say, I have a code chunk here and I never want you to run it, freeze is not what you're going for. Eval is what you're going for. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to end things here. The rest of the documents are going to be there. I'm also around until the end of Wednesday. I apologize that we didn't get through everything, but at least the information is there for you to look at. And I will say that while Quarto is a pretty stable project at this point, it is also an actively developed project, so the issues and the discussion for questions are very closely monitored by myself and others on the Quarto team. So I would encourage you to pose questions there as well. And I think there's at least a couple issues I've come across today that I'll definitely file issues for. But if more come up, that's a good place to ask questions too. Thank you very much. See you around. You're welcome. Of course, yeah.
Actually, more of some advice, maybe.
Okay, let's see how I do with that.
Well, I work for a company where, historically, documents, like you say, are published in PDF and go to die.
Uh-huh.
What do you have any experience with breaking that mold and moving to a more innovative and online way for presenting the data?
So do you have a sense of why PDF has been the go-to? Is it about...
I think it's about because you can store it, save it, and it's got it. Historically, come back to 5 years later.
Yeah.
Lots of
So I wonder...
organizations that are on for a decade.
Yeah.
You want to be able to refer to old documents.
Yeah, I totally get that. So one of the things, maybe is a way to go is with Quarto, I find, compared to other systems I've used, it is very easy to have multi-format output. So I'll give you an example that has nothing to do with your use case, but as an example here. So here's a course syllabus that I have. This is one of the things where the university requires that I file a PDF somewhere, okay? So what I have is in, let's go to edit this page. You can see that for this particular document, I have specified HTML and PDF. Because it lives in a website, it's HTML by default, and it's rendered like this.
Yep.
But over here, the PDF is there as well.
Okay.
In this particular case, there's no versioning of that PDF. But there is a notion of sort of like pre-render or post-render scripts in Quarto. I wonder if that could be something you leverage.